All right. So today marks the first day. All right. For tonight's stream, pretty special stream, I guess, with the newest set coming out. A lot of people are already aware of the impact that Boseiju, Who Endures, is going to have on Eternal formats. Namely, a land slot that, excuse me, answers problematic lands, enchantments, and artifacts. The reason why I think initially, I'll be honest. Initially, I was kind of low on the card because you can't reclaim her for it, which is the which would be the big benefit of a utility land, right? But uh, the Cabal convinced me to reconsider and to test it again. Well, not again, but for the first time as a in the side. Well, initially some in my Cabal. Shout out to Adam and Will Kruger. They said that it should be pretty free in the main deck, and then shout out to Jax, who also thinks it's reasonable to play in the sideboard because it's similar to an Assassin's Trophy, right? That's on color. So what I'm actually doing is doing both. I think I like Boseiju as an upgrade over the Caracas I had been playing. For reference, here is the list I played in the showcase a couple weeks back. Excuse me, my voice was a little hoarse there. I'm gonna post it here in the chat, but anyway. So essentially, I'm gonna play. Hey Jacob, how's it going? I'm gonna play that list with the following changes: -1 layer, -1 fetch, +2 Boseiju, and that's the main deck. And then sideboard is gonna be -1 Caracas, +1 Boseiju. Initially, I was gonna play the second run of foul over the trophy because I figured the Boseiju will give me, coverage as kind of the third Assassin's Trophy. But I kept track of it last night as I was playing a league, and it turns out I don't really want, I think, more copies of Run of Foul, given that I'm okay with the Delver matchup at the moment. If you are uncomfortable with the Delver matchup from the Elves perspective, I would probably run two, and if need be, even three copies of Run of Foul if you really want to flip that matchup in your favor. That said, I think me personally, I'm probably okay with the matchup. But again, what I've noticed is, and my opinion is, if two pilots are playing about 90 to 95% optimal, Elves versus Delver, I think the Elf player is probably slightly favored. Thank you, Sidenorna. But if both players are playing, let's just say at, I don't know, I'm throwing out a number out, 50% or so, like if both players are maybe newer to the two decks, I can see Delver being favored, and that would be in line with the numbers that that I've seen from bigger events, namely that Elves around 40% against Delver, and I suspect it's because pilots on both sides are potentially newer to the deck, or maybe the elf pilot is making some mistakes, because the elf player I think is more punished for their mistakes than the Delver pilot. So playing this deck definitely is not free in that sense. So one of the hurdles of learning the deck. But I think, like I said, if you need the extra help, extra copies of Run Afoul will probably be useful. And even then, right? Sometimes there's variance. If you want to be, extra cautious and make sure that you don't get high rolled by a Delver pilot, there's that reason too to run, two or even three copies of Run Afoul as just more removal. In general, in the past, I don't really like Heritage Druid, but I think you need like creatures to play on turn one. So you probably can like trim Endurance, which is on the high end. It also makes the deck a little bit more forgiving because the timing of Endurance it's not something you have to worry as much about, right? It's more foolproof, I guess, is probably the best way I can say. But yeah, without further ado, this is what I'm playing tonight. Three copies of Beseju. It, like I said, initially I wasn't really too high on it because you can't reclaim it for the card, but keeping track of the cards that I potentially would have replaced, which is the run one layer of the Hydra that I had been liking, and the eighth fetch. I think what happened last night was it reminded me that Elves is at its best when you can interact with your opponents or deal with a problematic permanence. And essentially what that does is it gives you two more copies of answers in the main deck that otherwise still produce green mana. The mana base becomes a little bit less stable, but I think given that we have four copies of Once Upon a Time, and the fact that we played seven fetches before, it's probably okay in my opinion. And the seven fetches was when we had the Cavern of Souls and the Savannah. The Savannah in hindsight was just atrocious in my opinion. The Cavern of Souls at the time was because Allosaurus Shepherd had not been printed yet. So once we had Allosaurus Shepherd, there was really no need for Cavern of Souls anymore, which is kind of a bad card to draw turn one, right? Like can't green sun off of it. And then of course, like I said, the fourth Once Upon a Time being big game here. We're no longer going to be those two Ponder Miracle players playing a suboptimal build. Oh, congrats, Saturn, that you got ninth at the CFB event. I'm not sure what CFB event is going on at the moment. I suspect it's some kind of Friday Night Magic. But without further ado, I don't want to, hold up our viewers, excuse me, too much. Let's go ahead and start. And I want to give shout out also to Inigo, who just went online. I'm not adamant, but I was keeping track of it last night, and I do not believe I believe I want three Assassin's Row because Run Afoul is just not a very good card, aside from like the Delver and Depths matchup. Right? It's like kind of narrow, and we don't have the luxury of Force of Will, so there is that downside. Like Force of Will is nice because it's generic disruption, which we do not have. This is a terrible hand. A little bit better. I think we'll keep. On the bright side, we're on the play. I'm gonna go ahead and run out the Shepherd. For those of you who, I mean, it's not. I'd have to do the math on that, Jacob. But Jacob's an engineer. For those who don't know, so he can probably run the math himself. Yeah, I know it's 11%, and the reason why I know this is Jacob has mentioned the fact that you draw the one of Progenitus before offhand. Because Jacob's a local guy, so I'm friends with Jacob, and we've had this discussion about Progenitus always showing up, right? That 11% or whatever it is, or 9. I forget if it's 9 or 11%. One of the two. This is quite the hand by our opponent. Yeah, so the thing about elves that I don't think people who don't play non-blue decks realize is you really, really are stressed on the sideboard slots because you don't want to just like concede the combo match. At least I don't. And the problem is without Force of Will, you're kind of without Force of Will in the context of elves, you're kind of starting your sideboard with only like 8 cards. Speaking of the devil, um, I think we want to bash first. So they have a ballista. That's kind of annoying. Shoot. We could just blow up the land here, but it's probably not great. I think I'm gonna just try that and see, and hope to get lucky, right? Like, they ballista, it's gonna be bad. Oh, nice. Stone Rain. Yeah, it is. And in this case, free LD, right? They don't have basics. Hey, Josh, how's it going? Well, it's not strict. It's just because they don't have basics. They can find a dual land. Sure. I mean, the line here was I think we're pretty dead if our opponent ballistas us. So we got to take the Karn off before that happens. We're trying the Baseju, which just straight up stone rain our opponent right now, which is pretty neat. Two, three, four. All right, we're still short. It's not great for us. I'll be honest right now with that ballista in hand. But what can we do, right? We didn't know our opponent was on this. I mean, not that it would have mattered. We're Moto 6. I think they're on. It looks like the Susurrus deck, maybe. Yeah, this is a problem. Sure. I'm kind of happy with that. It's like not great, but I I'd rather they just not continue to recur ballista. I mean, it's a problem they have multiple, but we can't really beat that if they do. So hopefully, for those who don't know, Josh is like one of the great Elves player who also picked up this deck a while ago, back in its infancy. Hopefully, we'll see Josh pick up the deck. I know he's in school at the moment, pretty soon again. Here, I'm like tempted to fire off the Glimpse and just cycle the Birch Lore, but maybe that's not good enough. Like with 3 cards in hand, there is a possibility that we just have to hope to get lucky here. I think that might be right. Like they haven't really done anything, so I'm a little bit nervous what's in their hand. Yeah, I know, Josh. I mean, it's definitely take school seriously for sure. I want to wait a turn. Like, I think we get not blown out, but I think it's gonna be pretty bad if we whiff here. And the fact that our opponent missed on the ballista is a little bit interesting, or not missed, but let's see what they have going here. Sure. Oh, actually, we're happy with that. Yeah, actually, I didn't even play Magic like until like much later in my life, to be honest. At least like more seriously is probably the right word. Like I played kitchen table and just like was pretty much didn't know what I was doing, but um, that's kind of a different story, right? I think here we can just like fire off the glimpse. Um, we know worst case scenario we're just gonna green sun for collective. Yeah, I mean, hey, you don't need to apologize, Josh. I was a complete bookworm when I was in college too. I noticed my grades were always worse too. First semester because that's when football season was, and I just couldn't help myself, and still went to the. I had full season tickets to our games, but like I said, not good for my GPA, right? All right, we got game one. It felt like our opponent stumbled more than anything else. I felt like we probably should have lost given our opening hand did not line up well against theirs. Aside from the random stone rain, right? That was kind of nuts actually, to be honest. Bought us some time. All right. I think that said, we bring in some more stone rains. I think they're on the Bomberman deck, but I'm not 100% sure. Let me see how I. It's been a while since. Oops. It's been a while since what is it called? It's been a while since I looked up the sideboard map, and yeah, that's true. It could be the Suster's deck. Um, the fact that they have LED, like Leyline, is like a possibility, but maybe we don't try it. Against Bomberman, looks like we don't even board it in here. So yeah, let's go with that. Did we bring in the Gris? Yeah, it looks like we boarded that out. Might be okay here. Lookup tables. I know that. I like that. They didn't, but usually they don't reveal companion game one. From what I've seen, because they don't want to give it away. We definitely don't want Bog, in my opinion. Well, it's possible we want Bog if they're on Bomberman, but did I board here? It's been a while since I played this matchup. Waterwood comes out. Looks like Endurance comes out. Bog stays in. All right. We have extra cards for some reason. Why is that the case? Uh, Wirewood and Goris. Uh, Jacob brings up a good point. Like, there's a well, it's not true. Well, it could be true. There are some outs, but maybe we don't even need hoof. That's something I hadn't considered, but um, you know, out of respect for Jacob, we will try it that way. We will try it that way. Very, very astute observation from Jacob. Yeah, I don't even think we need hoof here, right? You get Archons, probably just lights out anyways. The exception is if they have the construct hand, right, from Urgus Saga. Then we are kind of, SOL. But I think we'll just try this way and see how it goes. The land coming in here, kind of nice again. I think we just keep. Probably put the land on bottom. Yeah, yeah, for sure, Jacob. So for those who don't know, Jacob is probably most known for being kind of the premier or one of the people who put tin fins on the map. Also noted former Elves player and Maverick player. Okay, so it is the mono brown, so to speak. Sure. problem. Yeah, that is quite the hand. Um, I think with that said, we're not gonna win any kind of race. So probably the line here is maybe we can go wide and just hopefully fog them enough. They're gonna probably down tick here and put another dude in play. Depending what happens here, we may have to use this as a removal spell. We're under a lot of pressure. Uh, hey Dukes, how's it going? Thank you. We are under a lot. We're up a game here, dudes, but under a lot of pressure. They had quite the turn one. The only closest thing that recur lands is Raminat Excavator. It doesn't have to be an elf, in my opinion. Oh, this is a problem. I didn't actually, Dukes. Shout out to Runcore for letting me borrow 3. They're kind of high right now, so I didn't want to buy them. I kind of regret not buying them when they were like 38 that I saw. And I've been busy at work today, so I'm sure they've climbed, and I don't want to buy them right now when they're high. So I think here what I want to do. Um, yeah, I think let's do it this way. Actually, I can't even do that. They can untap with this. That is a quite annoying. Yeah, they have the pedal up. Yeah, Runcore is just a great person, Inigo. My line here was to kill this Karn by killing the token, and then I remember this manifold key can actually untap this other construct, so that's actually quite annoying. We can just hold the Boseiju in hand then. Yep. Yikes. Alright. Well, the orb. Well, they don't have. Well, let me think. They can just mill infinitely. Probably. Yeah, probably just give them the key. And then we'll bring in the ley line next game. We don't know if they had echoes, but I think the fact that they had the orb now tells me that they do. All right. We're just gonna kill this. It's quite annoying that they keep having the pedal up though. Uh-huh. I think here we just have to buy time. We're actually short mana. The the other line that we could have taken was yeah, yeah, we're probably just dead, to be honest. Jacob's right. They can just mill their whole deck now, right? Presumably just have infinite. Well, actually, maybe not. What do they have here? Oh, you're right, Jacob. They have lethal on board. That's absolutely true. Looks like they're tunneling into the orb line. Yeah, but I missed it too because I was thinking about the orb. I forget that this has other text. Yeah, it seems like they missed it too, Jacob, for sure. The good thing is we can board in the ley lines game three. I'm assuming we're still dead though. Also, for those of you who, okay, now we're really dead, right? Like this controls the library now. All right. Here are my links for those of you who are curious. Actually, social. Does that work? No, I guess not yet. Um, Eventually, I'll make a link for social that what's it called? That will just post everything. But until I clean up my act, we'll do it the layman way. Yeah, I definitely need a link tree. Like, I'm definitely like in the Stone Age for sure, dudes. What am I missing? Discord. But yeah, for those of you who like my content, feel free to subscribe to Patreon or gift me one of your Amazon Prime subs. Right, that would be nice. I'm working towards my first $100 on Twitch. That would be a nice. Pretty much, Jacob. That's true. My wife always makes fun of me. Like she's more tech savvy than me because I apparently can't even get like this computer working right. Like I can design a spacecraft, but I can't get ordinary technology to work like like my phone, for instance. All right. So with that further ado, I think we want the ley lines. Um, I think the trophies are fine. I think we probably just want to. They may or may not have chalice. Probably not, to be honest. I think this is like the all-in deck version. So I think we actually want C's. Let me bring up my map here. Here, Mystic Forge. I do not bring in the trophies. I do bring the Boseiju, and then I bring the ley line and the C's. So that's like reasonable. I think I probably leave the grist to kill, yeah, planeswalkers. So we're gonna undo our boarding plan here and then atone for ourselves, so to speak. I don't think we want this. It's kind of slow. So this is probably better. And then same thing, right? I think I like Jacob's suggestion. We don't really need hoof. It's kind of like a luxury, right? Like it should be game if we have Archon. Yeah, Dukes is the premier at the moment, like content creator for Maverick. I think this is fine. This is obviously just a land here, right? And then we have a decently fast clock. Unfortunately, no more Lair the Hydra, right? That's big sad face, but can't have everything. And here we're a natural order or a Green Sun Zenith from just locking up the game. Our opponent typed ugh to the ley line. Very nice combo to sack Boseiju against the Time Twister deck. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, actually, it's funny. I had a conversation today with. So for those who don't know, Jarvis, my Jarv dog, also tried my list today with the proposed changes this morning. I didn't get a chance to watch because he's on the East Coast, I'm on the West Coast. but uh, he did feel like sometimes like this deck has to work a little bit harder than, and I kind of agree, than like Delver or whatnot. And he said like straight up, and being the friend that he is, sometimes I wonder, Newton, if you just don't win more if you play another deck instead of Elves, which is like a very real question to ask, right? Like outside of the fun factor of Elves, am I just doing myself a disservice, right? All right. Here I can hit their thing, but I think I just want to leave Reclaimer up. Not to mention I want to unlock my Thoughtseize, right? Yeah, for sure. Um, do I allow that to resolve? I feel like I don't. Yeah, that's probably true, Josh. That's exactly what Jar just said to me, right? Like if I want to win as much as possible, and I just cut them off mana here and Thoughtseize them, right? Actually, I screwed up. I can't Thoughtseize. That would, but it didn't matter. Yeah, so Delver is a very good deck, right? So, not what really I want. This would be a nice time for that Lair of the Hydra, but not meant to be, right? I think I screwed up here by tunneling into the Passager there. Didn't need to do that. Probably could have held it. Now I'm probably gonna regret it. I think that one is debatable. It's the thing. The thing about Delver is you don't have to work as hard. But if you play optimally, and not saying I do, but what did they get? Mystic Force? Sure. Yeah, so I kind of screwed up now. Now I really regret it, right? This could have been avoided. Yeah, definitely. Elves has a higher variance for sure because we can just draw the wrong part of our deck, right? I probably just threw this game too. I'm just hoping it doesn't. I'm not punished here, right? I'm already am a little bit, but man, this is kind of annoying. That is a good point, Jacob. I'm trying to figure out. They can make a lot of mana with Ballista, but we completely through though. We do, but it requires oh, there it is. 2, 3. Yeah, that's quite annoying. So I tap here. I have two floating afterwards. It'd be three, four, five. I'm like one short. God dang it. We're one short though, right? Because we go to two mana. Yeah, that's true. Well, what the card doesn't do anything, right? Like, oh, actually, oh, this is like so awkward. Well, they can actually make the well, their thing unblockable, right? I kind of want to just get that birch lore out here. I guess they don't, but they can dig for it, right? Because of the orb. I think we're probably just dead. We hope we're just hoping that they whiff here, or they just don't realize what's up. That's annoying. We completely threw this game though. It should not have come to this. I think we were playing scared around the ballista, and yeah, now we're just gonna get screwed by the ballista anyways. There's no need. All right, this one's on me, guys and gals. I think we just got too trigger happy with the which tends to happen to me with new cards, right? Like I just want to like jam it out there. I think what it shows me though is the Besage is quite good. Won us that game one. We blew up the. What did we do? We blew up the monolith. Yeah, we blew up the monolith when they targeted because I was just thinking, oh, I don't want them to play a Karn here off the monolith, but they were just playing out other things. And even if they did play their Karn, I don't think we care about OG Karn from Dominaria. I think with the other Karn, we can just take it off the board. So it's just a straight punt by me, to be honest. All right, no more punts, hopefully. The good thing is we kind of saw the Boseiju in action, and it looked pretty good. Goblins. Luckily, we have our 1/2. They have the yeah. I know they're playing that card now, but that's kind of annoying. Hopefully, it's nothing too crazy. Oh God. Well, yeah. They got their 3 card combo on us, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, I've lost this card before, actually, a long time ago. Whether it's playable now is a different story. But what it does is, I know this from experience, it allows a power driver to connect, right? Or in this case, I guess Muxus. I'm already in a terrible, terrible state of mind after this. More so, I'm just upset about myself, right? Just throwing the first match there. Oh, goodness. We're just dead. It's like 1,000,000 damage. With trample. Jesus. Yeah, we're just dead. Alright, that was not very, what's the word, competitive on our behalf. Alright. Let's see if we can make this closer. I definitely think I want another land drop here. Definitely don't want the 3 drops against the aggro deck. I definitely don't want the bog, right? One of the reasons why I like the Boseiju in the sideboard is it's another green source against these wasteland decks. I think we can just board in the removal spells, right? And then Shepherd's kind of bad here, so I think that's okay. But yeah, I think the takeaway so far is Boseiju's been real good, which initially I wasn't so high on it, but then yesterday I actually, like I said, I didn't have the card, but I tracked, the wooded foothills that I eventually cut today, and I tracked the layer of the Hydra, and I just think it's better than them too. Even though the layer we can tutor for, right? I just think the layer is kind of more of a nice to have, whereas Boseiju actually solves problems. Definitely, I recommended the layer though for anybody who was attending SCG Philly. I think this weekend. The layer is very good. For people who have tried it have all told me like they've won games because of it that they otherwise couldn't have. But like I said, deck building is about opportunity cost, and I think while layer is good, I think the problem is the what is it? What I'm looking for? The other card is Basage is just too much better, right? I just wish it were cheaper is the only thing, and then I don't have to borrow from Inigo. Looks like they're on. Interesting that they led with green. Maybe they're on food chain. Um, I think here we're just gonna risk getting blown out. I just don't think we can beat Pyrokinesis. I hope so, Inigo. If they have Pyrokinesis, so be it. Like I don't think we're really beating that card, regardless. Sure, I'm happy to see that. Yeah, if they attack with it, I'm 100% blocking. I think on this board state, we're just gonna play it safe and do this. Because we don't have lethal anyways, and I just want to make sure that it's a two-turn clock here. Obviously, there's like certain lines we lose to, namely Sling Gang plus Patrick Mons, but it's not really like we can play that, right? Thank you, Dukes. All the best to you too. Always appreciate you being here. Honestly, if it dropped to like 35 and like I needed it anytime soon, I probably would just pull the trigger. I don't need the card out immediately is the nice thing. There's not like no big event that I'm playing coming up, right? For me personally, at least. So I can wait a little bit at least on the Seiju to drop, and I think it will. I think this set seems pretty cool from a drafting standpoint. So hopefully, as more people draft the set, it will drop the price. It also helps that there are some other legacy Eternal format playables in this set, namely Ajano and ooh, Jesus. All right. That is quite annoying. Luckily, none of this kills us. Well, maybe the Muxus, but maybe not. The Legion Loyalist is like, yeah, they're on the food chain build. Debatable. Thank you for the follow, Jack. All right. We just have to hope that the prog gets there, right? And then we're just gonna leave up blockers, so to speak. Yeah, I think if it dropped to anywhere in the 20, I'll probably just snap by, to be honest. And then here I'm just gonna run things out, just to like clog up the board, right? I also think it's like super overhyped right now. Like I don't think it's as flexible as people think it is. Like I think we can play because we're a mono green deck. I think the control players are gonna realize it's not free. Do we? Like it gets +1/+1, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 presumably. So 10-ish damage. course, this changes it. Oh my god. All right. Well, now we are dead, I guess. 14, 15, 16. Well, we just block. Well, actually, no. Let me see. I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to just throw blockers in front and then hope that's enough, right? Maybe the first strike. I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah. 14, 15. It's a whole bunch of damage, though. Yeah, it is what it is. Well, not so great of a start for us. We'll see if we can rebound. I'm not too invested, honestly. Like, win or lose this league. Really, I just want to see how Paseju performs, whether the split we have is correct or not. We also threw the first match, so I'm not really too concerned, and I don't really expect to play against Goblins outside of maybe Eli, right, in a bigger event. But yeah, really, we just want to test, what are the right numbers. I'm pretty convinced now. We gotta play at least one main, at least 2 copies in the 75, and I think there's a real chance it could be even 4. Although 3 is probably the sweet spot. I think the only way it's 4, in my opinion, is if the third one finds its way into the main deck as well. But it's like kind of dangerous territory, right? We mess with the mana base too much. Unless we kind of spell. Oh, sorry, cut a spell. I think so too, Josh. Only because you're likely to draw 2 and it's just the worst, right? You legend roll yourself or hold it in hand. Like, that's not really play patterns we want to subject ourselves to. So, thank you for the follow, Travis. So I do think the configuration we have tonight is probably correct. It does suck that we lose Lair of the Hydra, but I think 7 fetches is probably bare minimum. Like, I don't want to get into this territory where I'm suddenly concerned about the mana base, which compared to most decks, I think our mana base is one of the best because of Once Upon a Time. All right, take care, Jacob. Always great to talk. Hopefully, I'll see you around soon in the SoCal area. I think here we're on the draw. We see 2 draws. The Once Upon a Time, I'm gonna keep and probably regret it. Yeah, 2 main, 2 side could be okay. I don't know if I want 3 in the main is the issue. I suspect 3 overall might be the correct number, and possible. You're right, Josh. If it's 4, it's probably 2-2, but I'm not too sure of the scenarios where we want to board in 2 green sources, right? Like, where maybe Assassin's Trophy is just better, right? The 4th Assassin's Trophy, for instance. Oh my god, we're playing against Pox. Oh, that was bad. Also very bad. So I did foreshadow, right? I'm probably going to keep and regret it. And that's exactly what happened. I think if that was a real or event I actually cared about, I'd probably mull. But, for science, right? Yep. It could be GB depths. This one's really on me. I even, thought this would happen too, but I just, don't really care. Alright, so what the heck is going on? Though Entomb for life. I'm pretty sure they're on loam. Sorry, pox. But yeah, this one's on me, right? Like, interesting. Oh, I think I know why. It's because there's an underscore. There should be no underscore. I gotta fix that. I'm unfortunately not tech savvy enough to know off the top of my head how to fix it. So one of my moderators can do it if they want. Uh, yeah, I don't know why it's not working. Uh, we probably lost this game to be honest. Regardless, well, maybe not. Like the smallpox would have been devastating, but they just did it on empty board for some reason. I guess because they have loam. Yep. This is a league, Travis, and one that I am like half mentally checked out because I'm like I started 0-2, right? Yeah, like that's the thing about leagues. I jokingly I've jokingly said before my greatest accomplishment ever might be going 1950 constructed rating, right, with elves in legacy leagues, which at least on paper it should be horrible for elves. What the heck is this? Uh, all right. Yeah, I've jokingly said to my good buddy of mine, Max Gilmore, that that might be the greatest accomplishment ever for me. The fact that I ran hot in legacy leagues, which on paper is bad for elves, right? I do think elves actually. A lot of people don't really understand the deck. Like, there's two misconceptions that I always hear. One, in the uppercase, lowercase uh, typing, like from SpongeBob. Oh, but why can't you? But you can't glimpse without Nettle Sentinel is the one of the misconceptions. The other one is that you cannot beat combo, and that's utterly false too, in my opinion. The way I built the deck, I have pretty outside of Belcher, I guess. Which darn that Iron Claw 2016. I can never beat them, but outside of Iron Claw, I feel pretty good about my combo matchups in general. For those who don't know, Iron Claw 2016 only plays Belcher, and I somehow must play at the time that they always do, because there was a point where I lost like 3 5-0s in the same week to them. All right, we're beyond dead. I don't know what their deck really does though, but I guess I do know. It's like Lone Pox, right? This must be some kind of weird combo. It is the O2 bracket, that is fair. So perhaps we drop after this loss, right? Like maybe that was the real pun, right? That we didn't actually just drop after being O2. I'm just having fun out here, to be honest. All right, I'm. I don't mind the Goblin matchup loss so much. I better not. Is it right? It. So yeah, 100% what Raven is Panda said. Actually, in the interest of chat, I don't actually even think the game is over. To be honest, like this deck doesn't scare me enough where I would concede. But in the interest of chat, maybe I should. Um, so let's do that. I don't want to waste people's time, and while we could get out of it, we're unlikely to. Yeah. All right, let's try for the comeback now, so to speak. Uh, Debatable whether we want endurance. Probably not. I think in this kind of matchup, don't really like Allosaur Shepherd. So probably do that. Maybe we want endurance. I'm gonna try without. And then obviously Gris is like one of the best cards in this matchup. Any kind of attrition war, Gris is real good. There's argument to be made. Yeah, yeah, for sure, Josh. I appreciate the support. Like I said, for those who have been following me for a while now, Josh has been one of my loyal followers in terms of like supporting the deck. For a couple years now, and their screen name is Blade of Ice. So anybody who knows Josh also knows that he qualified for the showcase qualifier also with Elves. Granted, like an older version. Namely, at the time we only played one. I think Allosaur Shepherd. I'm not even sure if that was the list that Josh played, but nevertheless, for qualifying. But nevertheless, I remember Josh and Jorg, finishing 1-3 in that one tournament. Yeah, so Josh won a challenge. I think he top 8 in another. I could be wrong though. Probably keep. Okay, I won't. I won't sell you short, Josh. Also, I'll put it this way: I trust Josh's opinion enough that I don't have to do. I can save myself some trouble and not have to test anything. So what I'm referring to is one of the cards that always gets brought up to me is, oh, what about Yavimaya? And Josh actually was the one that tested Yavimaya himself and came to the conclusion it wasn't really worth it. And at least one of our utility land slots, right? Not enough to eat into that, so to speak. And I didn't bother to test it because I just trust Josh's judgment. Yeah, it's like way too cute. Like if you can do all of that, you probably want, or it happens more in the latter case, once in a blue moon. So yeah, so it's nice to have people you trust so that you don't have to do everything yourself, right? Like you you're only human after all, so there's no time in the world to test every card. So it's cool to have colleagues, so to speak, so that you can just trust their opinion, not waste time. Sure. For the record, my colleagues have asked me to reconsider a total of 3 times total. The first 2 times were, and the first time was actually Jarvis. He was the one that asked me to figure it out with respect to sideboarding with Once Upon a Time. I thought the card was really good when I tested it, which is open first day, right? Once Upon a Time. I just couldn't figure out how to sideboard with that card for the longest time, and he gave me tough love. He just essentially said, "Figure it out. Like you're smart enough to." And because I took the easy way out initially, I cut the card even though I thought it was good because I didn't know how to sideboard with it. And eventually I figured it out, and that was because of Jarvis. The second card was will seem like a no-brainer to a lot of people. Uh, I only played one Allosaur Shepherd for a very long time. And I had my closest friends tell me you need to reconsider your position on this card. And again, similar thing. I just couldn't figure out how to make it work initially because I didn't know what to cut. Again, sometimes your pet cards no longer are viable, and this is the situation that I came to where I had to cut some of the cards that I liked just to make room for more copies of Allosaurus Shepherd. Eventually, I went up to 4 copies, but I'm currently at 3, and I think at the time 4 copies is correct, so to speak. And the third time I had to reconsider my position was recently, which was I was kind of low on the Boseiju, and again, I think people I trust, luckily, are 3 for 3. Right? I think Boseiju is real, at least real to the extent that it should be played. Not that it's broken or anything; it just solves a lot of problems. But yeah, I'm also with Josh. I just don't understand why it's so criminally underplayed in not just Elves but in other decks. I'll put it this way: even Elves, we didn't play for Once Upon a Time until like a month or two ago, and in hindsight, I just feel like those miracle players playing only 2 ponders, right? Uh, I think some do, Josh, but not everybody. Yeah, I get that a lot too. Like, oh, why don't you run a creature? Because a creature is not better than Once Upon a Time. That is the reason. A Once Upon a Time is whatever you want it to be. It's secretly free ponder turn 0 or turn 1, and it's secretly demonic tutor in the late game, right? The only time where it's kind of bad is like turns 2, 3, and 4, which ironically, as I announcers jinx, it's happening right now. But if we hit a land, then this card gets a lot better because. All right, what are they doing here? Wasteland, Verdant. I mean, it's fine. I don't care enough to argue with people anymore. I just like you can do whatever you want. It's just a waste of my energy, right? To argue. Like at the end of the day, if people are happy with their build, then more power to them, and vice versa. I'm not gonna let people convince me when I'm sure this is like the second coming, right? For those who don't know, and I know we have some new viewers this time compared to my normal stream. I'm gonna ignore Boseiju for a second because it's new, but in terms of fire design, all right, play. Oops, what? I'm an idiot. I should have done it differently, but all right, that's fine. What I should have done was, we know they have Wasteland, but it's okay. It's not a big deal. I can just Once Upon a Time as they Wasteland me here. Yeah, Josh, I put it right. Like, have you tried the card? This card reads Demonic Tutor. Sure. So, what was I saying? Yeah, the top 5 cards from. Oh my god. Why? In terms of fire design, I don't even have Elvish Reclaimer as number 1. For those who are curious, like, and everybody who knows me knows I think that's the best creature in Legacy, and I don't even think that's the number 1 card from fire design for Elves. Like my best card from fire design for Elves is Once Upon a Time, and Reclaimer is second, uh, Endurance third, Shepherd fourth, and then Grist 5. All right, we're probably dead, but what can you do? We'll see if we can get out of this. Maybe we get lucky, and the Reclaimer goes the distance, right? But yeah, I actually have Shepherd kind of low. I think the card like helps you beat Chalice and helps you be like blue combo, but you should be able to beat control with your eyes closed anyways. Like it, I think the reason why control players are frustrated with the card is it allows newer elf players to beat them, but any experienced elf player is going to beat any control player any day of the week, in my opinion. Uh oh. Yeah, exactly right. The cards I think are very good. I'm playing for. Answer key. I have not. Uh oh. This could be a smallpox. Sure. Well, that's kind of annoying. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Anybody who's played Elves for like a reasonable amount of time is not gonna have problems with control. Like regardless of Shepherd, like you can put 4 Queen Rangers in that slot and be fine. Uh, that's a good question. So I had this discussion with Inigo, Jack. I don't think we have the luxury of running low, unfortunately. Like without Force of Will in the deck, we have to make room, make the best use of every sideboard slot, and unfortunately, the issue is we don't have the room. Not in my opinion, at least. Yeah, the other thing is Loam is like our good matchups tend to be anything fair already. So pretty much in my ideal world, I just play 15 anti combo cards, right? Like right now, the sideboard. Oops, this is not how the entire sideboard, but ideally, I want like 10 to 11 cards for sideboard, like 3 removal spells like in the Assassin's Trophy, and then like 1 Progenitus, right? Sure. They're running Toxic Deluge too. What did they bring back? They brought back enough so that I can't attack with my Reclaimer. Nice. All right. I don't think we care if they loam. Yeah, I was just gonna say that too, Josh. I had that line in mind. I don't know if we boarded it out. Is the only thing. But luckily, we didn't. We were 1 short, which is why I didn't do it this turn. But if they miss it, then sure. I don't think we care about that. They didn't loam, so that's. They probably don't want lands back, to be honest, and they probably just want to get hellbent. Yeah, so we're in the meme bracket, but it is what it is. So I'll bring it up after the match, but ideally the deck is built just to be combo. I think right now, like outside of like the Belcher type decks, Tess, Belcher, Ruby Storm, like those are the decks I don't really want to play against, but and lands. But I think the lands matchup is about to get a lot better because of Beseju. There's not really any deck that I mind playing against. Yeah, I don't think we care about their loan engine. I was I think they should have loaned. Possible. So I think Josh, have you played lately with the list and the new boarding strategy? I actually think we're ahead now in the matchup, and that's something I would have thought was impossible a year ago. I wrote an article. It's been a few months now. I wrote in December how we turned one of our worst matchups, possibly the worst, into now a matchup I don't mind seeing, and maybe I'll just post it as free content. It's been like it's on my Patreon, and I think it was one of the better articles that I wrote. But if there's enough interest, maybe I'll just post it for free. It has been a few months. The general rule of thumb is you just want to form A plus B, where A is Shepherd or Green Sun Zenith for Shepherd, and B is Endurance or Assassin's Trophy to Stone Rain them if they go for a fast Doomsday. It's also good to just hit their Oracle if they play around Mindbreak Trap, right? And then you still have Thoughtseize. So I think the plan is like pretty good, and I tested against like Max Gilmore, and he also thinks it's like quite good. And yeah, I mean, and obviously sometimes Doomsday just loses to itself, right? Like if they don't find it. So there is that like off chance too. I've found like I mean I started tracking not too long ago. And I think my last 15 matches against Doomsday, I'm like 12-3, I think. And then like even before the tracking, if I were to guess, I'm probably like 25-5 or something. Obviously, I play against like less experienced opponents as well, or opponents who underestimated me. But I don't think it's like unreasonable to say Elves is favorite post board. Obviously, you're gonna lose game one. I think here is fine. You have the Collector Oof, which like does things. I think this card is gonna end up being a staple in Elves and Posts because we're both mono green decks. Probably Lansu because of the ability to recur. I think so too, Jack. Yeah, I have not played against the new list, but I also have seen it because Max Gilmore is my friend, and I suspect we're gonna be going back to the drawing board, right? Like I enjoyed my nice win rate against Doomsday, but I also know that was with the caveat that Doomsday didn't really have elves in mind. Um, Without this, there's a chance maybe we go to Teague or something, but we'll see. Like Teague does stop temporal mastery, but it also shuts off our own stuff, so that's like not ideal, obviously. And not to mention, I hate playing Savannah. Like you open yourself up to massacre for no reason. Actually, I probably wouldn't even play Savannah. So like screw it. Just be good and get it off Green Sun every time, right? Sure. Cabal Pit. Usually this card's on my side of the table, right? I just like love getting D&T players with this card. Yeah, I saw that. That is a hate crime, in my opinion. Why is Liliana the last hope seeing play again? Yeah, like I used to play D&T, and back then Liliana Last Hope was popular. That is just not a very fair card again for us. I think here, yeah, I think we need the mana. Unfortunately, if it turns out that we can, draw a one drop, then we can play Collect Roof anyways. The idea behind it is it gives you more Doomsday without. Yeah, Personal Tutor is a horrible card. I actually would hope because I have this Doomsday Bill on paper, or at least an older version of it. I actually hope for my you know perspective that what is the word I'm looking for? I actually hope that this build becomes the mainstream build, so I can just not have to buy personal shooters. Oh, might be an abrupt decay here, or a sudden edict. Sure. I think here we just stone rain them and just call it a day. Yeah, I actually am a little nervous. I feel like I sold my fourth C, so I'm gonna be sad about that if that's the case. Luckily, the Thoughtseize here not quite good. Why are they fetching the way that they are? It's quite annoying. So doing it this way gets me an extra mana. Ooh, that is quite good. All right, I was gonna once upon a time, but I'm just gonna cash in the grist right now, like, and call it a day. Like, I don't think they can beat this. And then we bog them too. I think the game's probably over. Like, they already blew their needle on the Wirewood. Yeah, this is like one of the sweetest designs I think for Modern Horizons 2. I know people like killed Modern Horizons 2 for being overpowered or whatnot, but this is like really cool design I think. We'll just pass through. Game's probably over, but you gotta play tight, I guess. Is probably the right word to describe it. Hmm. I think here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna once and see what I draw. Reclaimer is a hell of a card. Yeah, Gris is just a sweet card overall. I think we're just gonna play this face down. I'm gonna be real sad if they deluge us. I could have. The reason why I'm not doing this is in case they flash in opposition agent, then I can just kill that opposition agent post board if I want to, right? But yes, otherwise I would. I think it's probably over because even they sweep here, I'll just tick down on Gris, right? Like Gris is just lights out. Might be the best planeswalker in Legacy right now. Might be. Other ones up for contention, obviously, Teferi is kind of a broken card. So is Narset. War of the Spark in general, just the start of fire design, right? Like, but one of the best, if not the best, planeswalkers right now in Legacy. So we're on the board tonight. I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick break, and I will be back in, let's just say, 3-ish minutes. Gotta use the restroom, so we'll be back in about 3 minutes. So, BRB. All right, I am back. So I'll start this actually and talk at the same time. So one of the things we touched upon earlier was um, the idea of once upon a time playing more creatures, so the glimpse chain is I guess would draw more cards potentially, right? There's two fallacies with that, right? Or two issues I want to say. The first is I'll address the issue of the fact that once upon a time is bad in a glimpse chain. That is not 100% accurate in my opinion, because people ignore the Gaia's Cradle that you got on turn one that you played turn two to actually get you in that position in the first place. So that's the first thing, right? Like you potentially glimpse earlier because of the once upon a time you have in your hand. And the second thing is even if you draw mid combat or mid glimpse chain, drawing a Cradle or Wirewood Symbiote or Heritage Druid can actually extend your glimpse chain as well. And that's what a lot of people don't realize. It's depending on the definition of long. Like I can do like 10 plus, like depending on like if I feel like it or not. It's just like how many times do you not is Ancestral Recall not game over? Like, and I think a lot of players who maybe are less experienced with a deck, right? Maybe needs Glimpse to draw up your whole deck to win. But my experience is Ancestral Recall should win you the game. Especially since my glimpses are anywhere from 3 to 5 on average. If I'm showing off, obviously I can go up to 10. But then the game's already out of hand, right? Like, right, exactly. So like, I'd rather not play, in my opinion, bad cards, namely Nettle Sentinel, in my deck, just so my glimpse is better. Because in my opinion, I'm not losing the game if I draw 3 cards off Glimpse of Nature. Oops, I'm playing Max. It looks like. All right. Presumably he's on Doomsday. I probably just keep random one of endurance, right? I mean, I would keep this regardless because of the Once Upon a Time. So here, I think I'm gonna fetch first so that my once can dig one deeper potentially. I'm all about the deck thinning, obviously. That's real good. Obviously, we thin our deck out so we can draw the Allosaurus Shepherd, right? All right, that's really good actually. Yeah, like how many cards do you need? Unless you have to win the same turn, obviously, right? I think here there's an argument to be made. Actually, that's fine. I just attack. I was gonna say there's an argument made to leave Boseiju, but that's not true. I do think against Max's build, the matchup is gonna get a lot. Well, it depends, right? Like the endurance plan is no longer as good, but you have more time. Sure. Strix, perhaps. Okay. Sure. Oh yeah. I didn't think about it too much. All right. I think here we're just gonna try to drop our deck. We're gonna get to do a pretty cool line, in my opinion. Uh, Namely the endurance for mana line. If I tap that, yeah, I'm gonna do the endurance for mana line. paid off. It paid off. Hmm. Here I'm just gonna do an Archon and name sorcery because I think that's the only way I lose here. Yeah, so I've had that come up a lot where like I just stone rain my Doomsday opponent and they just lose because they don't have a land in their deck. All right. I think I want the stone rain effect. Yeah, so the thing is like against Elves right now, you just make like a couple time walks and then win, right? Not sure if I like that against Max anymore. So the thing is, if you put UC, that messes up your pile too, right? Like, but that might be okay. You take the chance and you just like time walk a few times. Obviously, like endurance is not nearly as good here. I think I still like the Thought Seizes. I think I like the Beseju. I have to think about this. It's like a little awkward because I know Max has the time walk pile, and that like our deck lines up poorly against that now. I'm kind of sad actually about the new. Although I'm happy that this list is getting played, but I'm sad because our Doomsday matchup gets a lot worse. Probably want to board this. Actually, we probably want the Grizz in case they go for Murktide. Sure. I think we probably keep. The thing is, endurance is not as good, so I'm not like I'm willing to endurance again. So I'd probably just keep this. Sure. Ugh. All right. That is annoying. I did say in my article though that I wrote about Doomsday that one of the things they can do is actually play Plague Engineer, and I did share that article with Max, so he's well aware. Although we got good old boy Reclaimer here though. Yeah, so normally I'm not too afraid of Plague Engineer, but out of fair decks, it's a little different when you're under pressure. Which this deck, yeah, turn one Plague Engineer is different than turn three Plague Engineer. I think here. I'm just gonna like set up a natural order kill. I think most players with elves actually screw up on turn two. Like they don't know what to do. They don't realize you actually net mana if you do this. It's like a rapid growth, and I'm almost certain the majority of elf players don't know this. I think here there's an argument to be made that we get the I'm gonna try for the grist. As they would say, grist it for the biscuit, right? Oh, no risk, no guts, no glory, right? So here we can keep the reclaimer back. We're not beating a second engineer, but we're not beating a second engineer regardless. At least not out of a combo mirror, right? Like obviously I've been like triple engineer and whatnot out of these do nothing control decks, but it's a very different story here. I'm pretty sure the second one's got to be on Dryad, right? Like with two out here. I've already like committed to it. Sure. They probably take the Once Upon a Time, I would imagine. I do not think he's gonna take the Archon. Also, highly doubt takes the Boseiju. Yeah. The good thing is like most situations here, top deck natural order just bails us out, right? Like it always does. Here, play it. We do have a lot of time. And I want to disguise the forest in my hand. There's no reason to give information away. Sure. Forgot about that card, actually. The irony, right? As I'm worrying about the combo, but that tends to happen. I think what I'm doing here is we'll go ahead and hey Jonathan, how's it going? Yeah, he's playing mid-range Doomsday is definitely the call. Doing the old deck thinning here. All right. I think I'll play this and pass. I don't think he plays Bolt, but I could be wrong. So we have one turn. To draw natural order. There's an argument to be made now to keep in. Yeah, for sure. There's an argument to be made now to keep in Bog since they have Murktide, but it seems like playing scared in my opinion. All right, now we're dead. I need to think about how I want to approach this matchup. This is literally the first time I'm playing against this version of the deck. Perhaps we want the one run of foul here. Don't think we want the collective oof now that I think about it some more. I think we just want to go fast and then have some capability to grind if need be. It's a little awkward that they have engineer, but we have some ways of beating it. It's possible we just keep in the glimpses too, but I hate glimpses in races where in situations where I need to go fast and disrupt. Endurance really awkward against the current build, but probably still better than what we have. That's a mole. That's better. Excuse me. I think we have to just take the best card. Oops. If Max wants to, he can force this. I think here I'm gonna force through the other cards. So we can 15 max next turn, but we die to anything fast. Interesting. Why are they dead? No Sam. Oh, same turn kills. Yeah. I see what you're saying. We cannot attack with. Let me see if I can do this correctly. I think the line here is attack with everybody. If they engineer us, it's gonna be really bad. And then we can push damage. Like engineer will be bad here. Um, but Max might not have it. I think this is gonna trade. I think we have to go all in here. If they engineer us, it is what it is. Yeah. Don't tell me it's the second engineer. Okay, that's. Actually, that's not right. I think I get the Arbor here, and the other one gets a fetch. I'm gonna properly deck thin. 5. That's a must force. Um, no, just but I played around it just in case. I get blown out there otherwise. Like it was kind of free. Is my thinking. I could have minus. I know what you were thinking, Jack. Yeah, I thought about it for a second. I could go for the kill with the minus, and then but I just figured if they have the removal, like I was probably in a good spot regardless. I think. So luckily, I was able to back up what I said about Doomsday, right, on stream. That's fair, but the problem is like this Doomsday can beat actually endurance and some of the nonsense I'm running. The other version, you not that's bad or anything. You have to walk into it, so to speak. Like on paper, at least, I think I would probably. It's hard to say, right? Like I've only played one match against this version, but at least on paper, a Doomsday out of this version is scarier for me because I like endurance doesn't do anything. Like none of my nonsense does anything. Like Assassin's Trophy doesn't really do anything. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't with this version or with the other version. Yeah, so you know, I haven't played either version. My version of Doomsday still runs Burning Wish, so like I'm like that's just dates me, right? Like how outdated my deck is. I don't own personal tutors, so obviously I would lean towards this version. But you know, excuse me. But that's just like me not owning personal tutors, right? So let's see if we can recover the 0-2 into maybe 3-2. Again, I don't really care too much about this league in terms of results. Just more so, just kind of try and figure out the where I like the deck, and I think my intuitions about the number of Besages is probably going to be correct. So I'm playing against somebody who just said, "Good luck, big fan." The last time somebody said that against me, they T1 me with Reanimator. So it will be interesting to see what our opponent is playing right now. I'm a little nervous, to be honest. I think here, which is probably the Reclaimer. Like this is the problem, right? Like they have a. I'll just take the Reclaimer. Yeah, that's fine. If they're on Reanimator, then we're just like screwed anyways. But I love pairing into Reanimator too. It's just like if I know the Reanimator, obviously I leave with the Reclaimer there. Those doesn't look like they're on it. Maybe elves. Oh, actually, yeah, I misread. Their name says so elfish. Yeah, so of course they're on elves. What am I thinking? Yeah, so this is kind of nice. Like, I'm not gonna take any credit, obviously. Yeah, I'm a big fan of leyline, and like every deck I play starts with 4 leyline. Like, I just love pairing to leyline. I actually had to turn to Archon, but missed it. Hopefully, it doesn't bite me in the butt. If they turn to us here, it is what it is. Outside of Archon here, I think we're okay. Exactly, Josh. I can only take this risk here, obviously, because I'm on the play, and I didn't intentionally take the risk. But again, yeah, the cardinal sin of losing the die roll, right? Like at least game one for sure. All right, they have to go for it. I don't blame them. If they're on the Nettle Sentinel, I'm just like potentially boned, but we'll see. All right, I don't think we can lose from here, given that they're on. It's the direct mirror. Also, it's a little bit overrated too the number of turn twos Nettle Sentinel produces because you have to have a lot of to line up. Like you have to have not only Glimpse, Heritage, and Nettle. That's like a 3 card combo, right? Like it it can happen. It's just not as frequent as people think it is. Not to mention you're playing a bad card. All right. So we got lucky here more than anything else. Again, the Elf Mirror really know what skill involved. I went first, that's why I won. If they went first, they probably win. We do awkwardly here have 2 Boseijus. Here I'm going to do the cool line that I sometimes like to do. We just get another creature for your natural order, right? Not that's needed, but it's for fun. Also showing our opponent this line in case they've never seen it. I think here the endurance is bad, the collective is bad. So is the bog. We definitely want the seizes. I don't think we want the Boseiju. Like, what are we hitting? A guy's cradle? Doesn't seem worth it to me. Everything else is like probably okay, and then I think we're just gonna go down on one Shepherd. Since this is like the true mirror, and they're a little bit slower like we are, I think Grist has some value because you can beat an Archon. But that's like more or less how it's sideboard. If I had to take another card out, I'd probably just take out like a Visionary or like and a Wirewind instead of the Shepherd. It really depends how I feel, but that's like more or less correct. Like you have 3 automatic bad cards you want to board out, which is the Bog, the Collector Oof, and the Endurance. This hand is like real grindy. Probably not gonna get there to be honest. Um, Ideally, our hand is like a fast natural order or Thoughtseize. And I think we have the Mo here. Keep. Yeah, like I obviously keep that in any fair match, and then if I keep it in the mirror, I just lose, right? Like unless you get lucky with the top deck. So the nice thing about this build is you have the ability to play fast when needed, but you don't have to, right? Like the other build, I think, is a little bit more priced into playing fast all the time because it's much more vulnerable under a Plague Engineer because like none of its cards do anything, right? Under a Plague Engineer. Interesting. What do they keep? A Verdant? Alright. I think here we play it safe and we just seize them turn one in case they have some kind of fast heritage hand. I think since we drew the fetch, like I'm all about the deck thinning, right? Just gonna go ahead and thin out our deck right now. Interesting. Ooh, their hand is pretty immune. Um, it's obviously gonna be the Seas or the Wirewood. They seize us here. It's like hard to win. But if they have the Wirewood, they can set up for the mana. I think I want to mess with their mana, to be honest, and take the Wirewood. It's gonna be a while before we seize, and we're gonna lose any Glimpse War anyways. So if they seize here, we're gonna screw up their mana. So typically you get Cradle, but are you? But the fact that I left seize, like, what, I wonder what they're gonna do. Yeah, see, they didn't even seize us because for the reasons I said. Get the Reclaimer down and then set up for a next turn Glimpse. And hope their Glimpse fizzles. Or that they don't draw creatures, right? So heads up play of our opponent here, getting the Cradle. Oh yeah, they messed up. Interesting. That is a game potentially game losing play potentially from our opponent. So ideally here we top deck the natural order, like I always do, and then we like try to ride Archon to the finish. It looks like their hand is kind of awkward, which was the logic behind taking the Wirewood symbiote there. Just like strand two glimpses of their hand. They also screwed up big time by not getting a Cradle. Like it's a double time walk now, right, for them. Like reverse time walk yourself is what happened. Our opponent knows it too. They just typed whoops. I think here we have the Ranger. It's 3, 4, 5. We're a little bit short still. I don't think Grist is gonna get there. So actually, hold on. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can wait one turn and get Archon. Why not Grist tick down? Good question. I don't think Grist is gonna get there in this kind of combo war, right? Like, I think we're gonna want to fade one turn and then just Archon them out and hope that goes the distance. Especially since they missed the Cradle here, right? Unless they have in their hand. That's the one reason why they wouldn't. But even then, you get the Arbor, right? Yeah, they messed up. sure. I think we're in a good spot now. Obviously here, we're gonna hedge. We would do this anyways, but we're gonna go ahead and hedge and get the second Arbor in case we draw the Archon, so we can hardcast with the Birchlore mana. So we strand the two glimpses in their hand. So the reason why not to Jack is to get Cradle. But the problem is this happens, right? Like oops. I'm trying to type to my opponent. Sorry about earlier, but they already signed off. Alright, anyways. But yeah, I think from their perspective, I probably, if it were me, I probably would have held the Reclaimer in hand and then kept up the fetch for Arbor and then rotate for Cradle because you have more mana that way. You get the same mana with playing the Reclaimer there, but the difference is you have one less card to draw with Glimpse, right? So I would have sequenced it a little bit differently if I were them, but again, the real mistake was not getting the Cradle that one turn. With their line, I think they were probably tunnel visioning into a natural order. I don't know. Like that's the one reason I would. And even then, like again, you're better off just doing the other line I suggested, right? Where you get the Arbor because if they thought seize your natural order, you can still glimpse. But potentially our opponent is just newer on Elves, so there's that too, right? Again, the reverse backdoor into a 3-2. Can't really complain there. We had a legit loss here around to Food Chain Goblins, where they just like, you know, had a lot of damage with Legion Loyalists. And then a punt like straight up here, and that's my fault. Let's review the list real quick. I think we'll run another league, but I just want to show the list for a second. I think having played, the mana felt okay, like even with two non-black lands. I don't think we want a second because we don't want to legend rule ourselves. Like it might be okay, but it's like I don't think I want to add another land because we're gonna start flooding too much, like with 4 Once Upon a Time already, and I don't even know what to cut to be honest. I think 2 is like fairly free given that we cut the well. When I say free, we cut the layer of the Hydra, which is like sad face, but for the mostly free, I guess. Has Elves ever played it stock? No, but I have. I mean, I'm sure other people have too. Like, it's not unheard of. What you'll quickly find out though is making off-color mana is a pain in the you know what. So that's why we don't. Typically, you want the deck to be mono green because unless the deck goes away from Heritage Druid, which is not unreasonable, I don't think there's anything worth doing that at the moment. Thank you for the follow, Cal Momo. So what I mean by that is like the way the deck is built is it's essentially a mono green deck. It used to be a mono green aggro combo deck, but the way I built it, it's like really a mono green. Actually, it's like rock, right? Green black, but mono green game one, rock deck. So you're playing essentially all good cards, with the exception of Heritage Druid, which is kind of bad. It's like on its own, and the modern day Heritage Druid, which is bad on its own, which is like Allosaurus Shepherd. Shepherd obviously a little bit better on its own because you don't need to have three elves. Instead, you just have to have a natural order or something in hand. But for those who think Allosaurus Shepherd should be banned for power level reasons, if you want to ban it for gameplay reasons, like by all means, that's fine with me. I don't really care, to be honest. I get to play Queen Ranger or whatever again. But there's a reason why I'm only running three now, and I just think the card is like kind of overrated the way Ragavan is, because I don't really want to see this card against like Depths or something, or like Death and Taxes. Drawing two against those decks is like game losing, and even drawing two in the early game against like Delver is potentially game losing because you want to make mana. Like, you don't really care about these payoffs. And really, like, I want to be able to consistently beat combo, and that's like reflected in my main deck. And this is like the same thing with Yorg, right? Both Yorg and I essentially played this main deck with -1 Once Upon a Time, +1 Allosaurus Shepherd at Eternal Weekend. And in hindsight, that's just a mistake. Like, Once Upon a Time is straight up broken in Elves, and the fact that we didn't play the 4 copies sooner is just malpractice on our behalf, to be honest. But again, I made the swap later on, and I think this is just a necessary evil. I hate this card, but you do not have any explosiveness without it. Is the problem. So again, that's why I'm keeping the 3 copies of Heritage. You can find it with Green Sun or for Once Upon a Time. Thank you for the follow, ZXBR. And then the sideboard is like mostly the same from Eternal Weekend. The difference being like we played Force of Vigor that weekend because Death and Taxes and 8 Cast were supposed to be popular. Both good matchups, but we wanted to hedge against lands, and they happen to be conveniently. Good question, ZXBR. A couple of reasons, but the biggest one is it lines up better against the format at the moment. Namely, it kills Murktide Region and is a Stone Rain against Doomsday at the time. Not so much against this new Tempo Doomsday build, but it is Stone Rain against Doomsday against the older iterations. And it also stops a Stone Rain on Tabernacle, right? Which is like one of the hardest cards for Elves to beat. If you ask me pre-Boseiju, the hardest matchup is probably lands, followed by the all-in combo decks like Belcher, right? I'm gonna exclude Belcher for a second because it's not heavily played. So like Ruby Storm or like Test or something, or like. But typically speaking, the closer it is to Belcher on the scale, the harder the matchup. And obviously, we want to see graveyard decks, contrary to popular belief, because it's one way so we don't see lands in the later rounds, because lands has a hard time against these combo decks. And two, the best combo hate we can play is graveyard hate. So I'd rather the format just be combo decks that we can beat, so to speak. So that said, I'm going to go ahead and play another league and see if we can keep this win streak going. Assassin's Trophy, yeah. Like, besides killing Murktide, which is nice, right? Like, it just lines up well against the format. Like, Stone Rain turns out to be pretty good. There was a time where I played a white version splashing for a Swords to Plowshares. While good, the mana felt a little bit more fragile. And not to mention, it doesn't answer things like GT, which is a problem. Death and Taxes, the matchup is a lot closer than it used to be. So, good question, answer Key. I can't speak for the traditional build, how many they'll play, especially since the traditional build will play Queen Ranger, so it's a little bit awkward, right? But I think for me, at least, I want minimum, based on this first league, 3 in the 75. And again, I look at deck building from a holistic standpoint. I don't really like. Obviously, the main deck is your starting lineup, so to speak, right? If we're using sports analogies, but the bench is like equally important. So, I think it's gonna be at least 3. I think 4 might be overkill, but especially since like where are you gonna put the 4th one? In the main deck, it's a little awkward because I don't want to add a land, but at the same time, if I use up another fetch, like the consistency to black mana is a little bit shaky. It's more reasonable, I think, in the sideboard for the fourth copy, but again, why not just play the Assassin's Trophy, right? Yeah, it is real nice against lands. That would be one reason to play the fourth copy. But the thing is, like, it competes with the fourth Assassin's Trophy, or the third Assassin's Trophy, depending how you look at it. And I'm not sure it's worth it because killing a creature tends to be kind of important in some matchups. Not to mention, I don't want to like legend my rules myself too much. Legend rule myself too much. Um. All right. This is already a mull to 6, and then the 2/1s in hand is kind of bad. So I'm gonna mull. Should have kept that 6. So ideally, like I don't want to mull. Given that we did, we're just gonna keep the cards we can actually cast. But we are kind of behind here. Yeah, so 60 card DNT does play 3 Caracas. Yeah, I don't know if exactly right. Like I don't know if I want to legend roll myself too much with 3 copies, unless I play another. Ugh, all right. Unless I cut it in favor of a spell, but I'm not sure I want to do that, to be honest. I'm gonna start flooding when I don't want to. The mana base, like one of the reasons why we're able to fit the 2 Boseiju is because I like strengthened the mana base a long time ago by cutting 2 utility lands for 2 fetches, namely the Savannah, which is just atrocious in my opinion, and the Cavern of Souls, which was defunct after the printing of Balasor Shepherd. Cavern of Souls, low key, was very important before because if you drew your Archon or drew your Hoof, we needed to make, especially the Hoof, like we needed to make sure we can connect, and we can't. That's just game losing, right? Like the awkward thing about only one hoof is like if it doesn't connect, you're gonna probably lose game one because you can't finish the game. At least before. Shepherd, of course, like completely changes that, but you have to go wide otherwise. Not a great start for us. Again, I mulled because I thought the 6 was. It was already a virtual mull 6, and kind of a meager 6 because once upon a time is dead, right? Um, and obviously we couldn't keep the 6. I probably think it's the correct mull. It just didn't work out. So important to keep to not be results oriented, so to speak. I think here they attack with the Chandler. I'm like very tempted to just block, but we're already down, so maybe 2 cards, so maybe not. Sure, they should hit the Arbor, so kind of a new opponent, I think. Hey Sager, how's it going? We started. Wow, that's quite the hand. We're in our second league, match 1. We started the night 0-2, punting the first match of the night, and then we start 0-2, and then rally for a 3-2. I think here, probably play around the days. We can't afford for that visionary to. Thank you for the subscription, Mike. I thought you already subscribed. Oh, this is the second month. Oh wow, man. Mike is really the homie here. Subscription for 2 months in a row. I just like very thankful. We're getting closer to that. Hopefully hitting that milestone where I can actually cash out for once. I know, right? Pretty much. We moved to 5 too, so we're probably just dead regardless. Maybe we like natural bog here, but we're just too far behind, I think. Our opponent also actually misplayed too. They should really just kill our Arbor, but they didn't. They know we're missing land drops, right? Like that's the one benefit I think of Elves that is unique to Elves and like a few other decks in Legacy where I think people misplay against you a lot. Yeah, this is like the scariest card for me out of Delver. Like I didn't really care about Ragavan back in the day. When I say back in the day, it's really only what a few weeks ago. Um, didn't really care about Ragavan, but this card is extremely scary. I think we just pray now, right? For sure. At least out of elves. I mean, obviously, if you're like some kind of blue control deck, like Ragavan's way scarier, right? And to be fair, I kind of understand that from, like, I'm friends with Marcus, the Swedish Marcus. Uh, what's it called? I would like to respond, and if I know it's like doesn't feel good when you're just like turn one, you're just like so far behind. I think we're just dead. um, is there an out here? Okay, we go with the ranger into. I guess there technically is. Like we can endurance and then buy us a turn. It has to be exactly endurance here though. Nope. All right. Endurance off the top here would have been fine too. But it is what it is. All right. That said, I'm gonna board into the extra land, which is nice. I think obviously the removal. Yeah. So here, I'm gonna go down to one heritage druid. I don't know if that's correct, or do I want the second, the extra land drop? Possible that we just. Actually, I think the land drop's probably correct. Heritage is not great in my opinion. I just like the fact that against these enchantment decks or whatnot, or decks against Wasteland, where I just have like extra cage answers now. Uh, I guess, yeah. It's not great, but I'm gonna keep. It's if I really wanted to avoid legend ruling myself, I'd probably just play two, but I just think that's way too conservative. I don't think it's correct to just play scared. Yeah. All right. Actually, that's annoying. I think Lair is out, Sadra, and not so much because Lair is bad. It's just not needed, and I think this card is just too good not to play. As many copies as we can, and I think Lair is probably better. Oh my god, Lair's probably not as good as the seventh fetch. I think at some point we need consistency. It's Lair is more like a nice to have than anything else. All right, we're just dead. I think. Jesus Christ. It's the real X-Whale in the house. Yikes. Alright, I think we're just dead. This is what I get for keeping this hand, right? It is sad. Lair was legit good. It's just that the problem is this is too good not to make room for more. So for those who don't know, X-Whale is the real Will Kruger. And what's it called? It is Delver, I know, right? This is Delver on steroids, right? But what's it called? This does happen sometimes. Like I drew the wrong half of my deck. I didn't really want to mold that hand. Perhaps I should have. it was kind of an awkward hand, and we got severely punished. Yeah, I think if it hits $20, I'll probably just pick it up. I haven't yet. I'm borrowing it luckily tonight, but we're probably just dead here. Just like end the festivities into wasteland you, and yeah, it's not. I don't think we're really beating that hand. Unfortunately, we had two non games, but I don't think we're really beating that hand. Regardless, we could have kept a better hand instead of just being wasteland out of the game, but maybe that's my fault. Like if we draw a one draw, well, yeah, maybe it's my fault because Waterwood turn one is like pretty bad, right? Yeah, it's not. It's over now. So unfortunately, two non games. I do think the matchup is fine. It just didn't work out there. Second game might have been on me for keeping that hand. Uh, we modified game one, so like not really. It's also why I kind of like playing the four once upon a time. So you mulligan less. The irony was we mulligan partially because of drawing two in the opening hand in game one, but I think this card is just too good not to play. Not to mention it like works real well with the new Boseiju land too. Yeah, like I'm not too concerned. Like I'm not too concerned about that match because, like I said, game one was not never winnable, and game two potentially winnable if I kept a better hand, but it's gonna be hard beating end the festivities into wasteland there too. We're pairing into lands, I believe. I believe Raven is Panda plays land, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I'm okay with like though like I said before. I think if elves can be 70-30 against, or at least me against Delver, I'll take that. And if that's the 30%, so be it. I think even these days with I don't think I want to go to five, but this hand is so bad. All right, this is a lot better. What was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? Oh, I think these days I can even potentially stomach being 60-40 against Delver because how much the combo matchups have improved. Obviously, it helps that Show and Tell is not very good at the moment because we don't have any great hate cards for it. It's much easier for an elf player to hate out what is it called? To hate out graveyard decks than it is for like Show and Tell, which discard is like medium against them. I think we just ramp. Just hope that they don't have a wasteland here. I mean, famous last words, but we're already mold, so I don't think that one land hand was like reasonable against them. I think it was a one land hand. I could be wrong. Yeah, they're on lands. This is gonna be a hard matchup. Sometimes I think lands players play against a lot of Elves deck who concede out of frustration because I will have sometimes lands players just turn one crop rotation tabernacle and pause because it almost feels like they expect me to just concede. So my guess it is a lot of Elves players just concede to that. I have been a show and tell player before because of why are we waiting? Yeah, Tabernacle. Hopefully, if everything goes right. Um, Source of Plowshares makes it harder too. Like 1 mana versus 2 for Punishing Fire. We're probably dead, but it is what it is. I'll give my opponent the benefit of the doubt. Like they pass with no mana up or not do anything, so I'm pretty sure they're gonna Merit Lage us. All right, let's see if this does what I hope it does. Don't think I want Endurance. Maybe one tutor for, but that's about it. What do I want to do here? I think this is probably right. I don't even actually they don't even have Punishing Fire, so I think I just want to go fast and just like YOLO it. I don't want to get into these long matches against them. Maybe that's correct post board. I don't know. Like depends who you ask. I've seen Ali, you know, big Lance player, say you typically want like one piece of disruption and the combo, but we shall see. We mulled to. Did we mull once or twice against them? I think we mulled twice. Yeah, we did. Hard to win when that happens with a critical mass deck, which is why I played for once upon a time. I don't. I pretty much never want to mull. I'll take my chances on a medium 7, then try to like high roll somebody on a 6 or 5. This is like pretty good to be honest. Pretty good. The run of foul in our hand is nice because it allows us to tap out. I want our opponent to tap out for Merit Lage. I think we have to take the. Oh, man, it's like really hard to win without a Guy's Cradle. I actually don't think a Shepherd does much. I'm actually gonna go against my gut here, just like play land drops, or not my gut, but against conventional wisdom of just not getting a creature when we already have 3 lands in hand. Sure. Ugh, speaking of the devil. I think here, like, part of me wants to keep the Boseiju in case, but we do have the trophy already. It's probably, yeah. I think we get more better value here doing this. And then save the Verdant Catacombs for the black mana. I don't want to expose my critical. Great. We got punished. It's the Boseiju Mirror. I think here we're just gonna bounce. Is a crop rotation here? Let me think about that. If they double crop rotation, then I lose. But I'm not sure I need to be playing around that. If they crop rotation for depths, yeah, I think I'll take my chances. But they don't have crop rotation, like 2x. They may main phase it here because I'm tapped out, right? Which was intentional on our behalf, by the way, because we had to run a foul. I think here it's kind of now or never with regards. Well, let me think. We fetch here, boom their merit lage. Yeah, I think I like that. I think we're probably in a good spot now. Like, I think they need like loam or something to get back in the game because they're like down on cards, right? I think here the line is attack with symbiote, and we're gonna trophy their tabernacle next turn. Oops, wrong thing to do. We can get the arbor. Actually, no. I think I just want to kill that tabernacle and just like make life easier for us. See if they have a second basic. Yeah. I believe they only play one basic. Yeah, Last Hope is quite good. I wish it were not a thing. It's like Terminus, right? Every time I think it's dead, it just keeps coming back in Legacy. All right. That played out well. I think we'll run it back. The one run of out pretty clutch there. I think we keep. It's like we have Tabernacle answers, right? It's not that we can't beat Tabernacle. It's just incredibly annoying. Sure. That's like the least scariest thing. That's more scary. Probably Sphere. Alright. That is quite cool. Nice. I just want to hit land drops here. I think here we take the land. Let's see if our opponent makes another construct before with a trigger on the stack. We don't want Needle to name our fetch land, so. All right, what do I care more about here? I technic I technically could have Green Sun, but this is like a suboptimal use of my mana. I think we want to take care of the spirit first. I'm gonna get the green force. Yeah, that's fine. Huh. A little bit too redundant here, unfortunately. Um, Might need this for the land drop later. We'll see. So the line. Oh, that's annoying. Shit. This matchup feels incredibly miserable. If they want to waste, they can. Beseju helps, but unfortunately, that's an interesting wasteland. So we could have saved ourselves 2 damage earlier by killing the cage. Second Warwood, yeah. This is kind of neat. I think I already played land drop, right? Yeah. Almost, not quite. We can end step once upon a time, which is kind of cool. Oh, they're gonna get a needle. That's gonna be a problem. Oh, that's even worse. Jesus. So we gotta kill one and then chump with the other. Jesus Christ, that's a disaster. Oh my god, this is like really awkward. Shoot. Oh my. Yikes. Oh my. It didn't matter though. Shoot. I screwed that up. I meant to Boseiju their construct, but we're probably just dead anyways. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it matters. Okay, we kill that. It goes to a 4/4. Um, and then they pump one, so it goes to a 5/5. Um, we block, and then we draw like a bunch of useless things, I guess. And then this takes over the game. So we were dead regardless. We just never really got a turn to do what we wanted. Well, actually, that's not true. The blast zone is what lost. Well, we'll see, right? Like, game one was never close. Game two we got, which is nice. Game three, I kind of want to see how it played out. We kept this hand. That was fine. They go turn one Saga, which is not. We don't really care, I think. But that we care. Mm, sure, we get a land off that. There's if Lance is playing Blast Zone, that's like tough too, right? I'm kind of surprised because I thought they don't need help in the matchup. So, but I mean, what can you do, right? I think here the real mistake. Well, not even really, right? Actually, the yeah, no problem, Ravenous fan. I'm just reviewing it right now. I think the real mistake was we should have taken the cage off the board and then instead of the spirit because we wanted a glimpse, but then we were still a little bit away from that, so a little bit awkward, right? We couldn't make the most, and then just the blast one was just devastating there. Like nothing we could have done about that. I don't think it mattered given the blast zone, but we probably could have sequenced a little bit better. Like yeah, we take the cage out first. Green Sun for Visionary instead to dig us a card deeper, and then glimpse the following turn. That makes sense. So I think this matchup does feel a little bit better. Like we did get game two. Granted, we drew the run of foul, but I think the matchup does feel a little bit better, which is the intent of this card, right? Yeah, unfortunately, like I was just hoping, oh, maybe they won't play Blasto anymore because, like, traditionally speaking, at least, Lance doesn't really need help against elves. Not that you can't lose to elves, it's just like you should be pretty favored. I don't have it on my list at the moment. Here's what I played. So, oops, wrong one. I have to go back. I'll bring it up after accepting the match here. Nicolo. Uh, we had this is a sideboard. We drew the one of foul. I think we probably keep. It's not great though. Yeah, for sure. Like sometimes you just have to make the opponent have it. They have the one of or two of, like depending on the list. It is what it is, right? Like you can't just sit around and do nothing and just like. So definitely get going for it, especially since I was tapped out. So I mentioned just to chat too. Like if you had it, I expected you to go for it there because I was tapped out. Especially since because you play Boseiju yourself, I'm assuming you know that's a possible thing out of Elves. Hmm. I think here. I think here I probably just want to ramp. I'm currently sitting. Let me see. Yeah, yeah. So Force of Vigor, unfortunately, out of Elves, I think we only do it like really it's for the lands matchup. If I'm being honest, because you should be favored against 8 cast and D&T. Um, Something I did for Eternal Weekend because I did want to hedge towards lands and uh, 8 cast and D&T were supposed to be popular, but typically not a card I will run unless something is strange going on. Like for instance, 8 cast being really popular at Eternal Weekend. That matchup is like mostly a buy though for elves, so you don't need it, but it helps. I've seen elf players just like cast spells at random and beat 8 cast. Hmm. Oh man, this. I'm gonna play that first, and then Green Sun for one, and see what they do. This got to draw out force, I think. Excuse me. And then no use in attacking. They could have Ice Fang. Yeah, crop rotation is not like unreasonable. It's like a one of sometimes. Sure. Chua not as common. I kind of regret not getting the Visionary there now with the Green Sun because I forget these decks just play like 8 one mana removal spells. So if they go swords into ending, then I'm kind of out of luck, right? So a little bit regretting that. It's my snow deck. Yeah, it looks like it's ending. Yeah, so again, you don't want to lose the Shepherd for no value. I should have just got greedy. I should have just Green Sun for two in Visionary. Now they probably have Force in hand. Alright, so they show force. I don't know what they're doing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It seemed like a lot of hate to overcome, but then again, like the matchup is already hard, so it can't be that much worse. Spear was kind of annoying though, and I'm not gonna lie. Like, um, hmm, okay. The problem here, this got to draw a force, in my opinion. If they have it, I mean, if they don't have it, yeah, that's got to be a force. I can't even attack. It's not worth it. So they did have it too, right? See, what are the odds they're gonna? Yes, we do. 100%. We are not playing scared. Don't tell me it's Flusterstorm. Like this, I know I joke. This is a green rock deck, green black rock deck, but at the end of the day, it's you still have an over the top combo finish, and you're not gonna jam it if you have it, right? Like they force. The first force was real sketch in my opinion. The second force, they have no choice. They have to force Green Sun for three. And here, I don't know what's going on. Maybe that brainstorm or something. Sure. That is okay with us, to be honest. I think in this situation, I just get a Gris and plus. Probably not. Well, yeah, probably. I don't think I think we're just gonna bash now. Yeah, feels Gris, exactly. They already used one ending, and I think they would have used the second if they had it. We have a real clock now. I'm just gonna yield. I mean, we're still gonna get maximum value, right? Oh my god. Um, I'm gonna once first and see. Might be natural or I mean cradle off the top would be pretty good here. Cradle off the top. No. I think the land is probably good. Actually, no, I take that back. The reclaimer is actually quite good here. The visionary we can't cast for a few turns, and we want to slam natural order. No, I don't. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's quite the clock. Seven, including itself. I've had opponents miss one on the count before because of this. Ugh, that's quite annoying. I'm glad I took the reclaimer now, though. Yes, Gris counts itself, which is sweet. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that though because of what's happening here. I'm gonna plus and then bog on upkeep. I should have bogged first before plussing there. That was a small mistake. Mm, I think we have to do it now. Small misplay by plus. I should have bogged first so I don't bin the bog on accident. But yeah, the reclaimer was potentially game saving here. We're not quite out of the woods yet, but we'll see. Um, let's see. How many forces do you have? Uh, I'm gonna bet no more. Jesus Christ. Okay. That's okay. I'm gonna everybody in, and then minus. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my God. If they have endurance here, Jesus Christ. I better play around it. I better play around it. They could be bluffing so that I walk into it. Yeah, so they did have it, yeah. Wow. Okay. I don't think I care. Agreed. Agreed. Everybody in. Might be game. I think that's one of the better plays that I've made, which is to see their bluff and didn't tick down. Sure. I think it's game. Yeah. One of my better matches, I think, right here that I played. That's the type of game that I may lose in the past because I'm just like, oh, opponent doesn't have it, and then just like tick down and then just like get blown the f out by endurance. But pretty good there. Um, I think here we're just on the endurance plan and just like outvalue them. I don't think we want the extra land for Boseiju. Collective obviously doesn't do anything. They're like on a possible back to basics or some nonsense deck. Excuse me. I think I like it like this. We also have two answers for Cage, so there's that. One thing is I kind of want the Boseiju this one in the main so that I just have three main deck outs to Cage. But again, like I said, I'm gonna probably want to rip my hair out every time I draw two Boseijus, so probably not the best idea. And just leaving the sideboard to board into against Wasteland decks. The good thing is against counterbalance decks, I think now we just have like land drops that hit like kill counterbalance, which is pretty sweet. So we don't have to board into Assassin's Trophy, which is otherwise a terrible card in that matchup at least. Wow, that is a hell of a card to draw. I think I want to play it safe, given that we did not board in black cards. Could be a fluster here. Looks like it is. Nope. Looks like it's brainstorm digging for force. Our opponent likes to aggro force. Interesting. I feel like this is a dress down coming, but I could be wrong. Regardless, I'm gonna fire off the glimpse. Make them have it. Like, I'm okay with them just... What's the word I'm looking for? I'm okay with my opponent. Let's do it this way. Like, hemming themselves, so to speak. Might be a containment priest. The nice thing about this is I'll get my reclaimer down. If they want to sword it, they can. Not really too concerned about that. It smells like containment priest, yeah. So the good thing about that is like if they don't play, we like they lose tempo, right? I think here we're just gonna sure, that's fine. We're just gonna try to drown them in card advantage. Eventually we can natural order for a grist if we really want to, but I don't think we need to yet. Probably that. Hmm. Did we play a land? Yes, we did. Probably the Heritage Druid. And then I'll go ahead and just bog them right now. In case they have Snapcaster or something. I didn't want to play the Heritage because in case I draw another Glimpse. Yeah, if they have the Force, I'm okay with it. Philister would have been bad because we walked into it. Like we pitched a Heritage Druid, which I don't really want to, but it's like the weakest card on the board here. So the line here is probably tick down, play our Arbor, and then go. Actually, if we tick down, we're a little bit vulnerable to Ice Fang, so probably tick up, to be honest. Our opponent is in the tank, though. Yeah, I'm gonna tick up because I want to play around the Ice Fang. Did they use an ending yet? Looks like they did. One nice thing about Boseiju that is applicable in this kind of matchup is before there's not really anything we could do about what is it called? Nothing we could really do about dress down, but now that's an answer to dress down, which is pretty sweet, I think. Our opponent is in the tank for some reason. I don't know what is going on. Okay, so they forced that. That's fine. Oh, they didn't know the rule. I think here we just start to bash. Hero? That's okay. All right, so the game plan now is we're just gonna go on 3-4 attack mode, right? Ooh, that's pretty good. Another endurance. That's what you like to see. So 3. I'm gonna go ahead and bash. If they have the Ice Fang, then that's kind of sucky, but it is what it is. We are on the aggro plan. All right, the 0-2 into 3-2 dream is still alive. We'll see how we do in the next match. I'm trying to think. Well, we lost right now to a what is it called? We lost to lands, which I think, in all honesty, probably okay. I don't mind that loss too much. Like, especially if our opponent, who's in our chat right now, Ravenous Panda, had a blast zone. Typically, I'm not playing around that card. And then obviously we had non-games against Delaware. I don't really mind that either. So I think we're okay. The only big punt today was in that first match against the Artifacts deck. Definitely through there, but I don't think I really mind so far. I think again this stream is more really finding about like what is the correct number of Baseju in the 75 and what do we cut for it. Kaluma. That is an unplayable hand. Also an unplayable hand. We need Brainstorm. Green Brainstorm. Our opponent did not mull. That bodes disastrously for us. I think they're probably on like depths or something. I don't know. Like this username looks familiar. Not sure what is going on, but this is the second time now our opponent's making us wait. Oh great, they're on dredge. Might be okay for us if they are on dredge. We do have Bog in our deck. As a general rule of thumb, by the way, you fetch the opposite land of what you get turn one, because that opens up every option, right? There's only 2 forests, so you can fetch forests if need be, if they have wasteland. They probably think we knew what they were on, which is really sucky for them that we have a reclaimer on turn one. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's fine. Here, no need to tap out. I think the line is going to be pretty straightforward. We're going to fetch for Arbor, rotate for Arbor. Lair of the Hydra is actually kind of sick in these board states, but again, something's got to give, right? Don't think we care. If they do anything we actually care about, then we'll bog them. Don't care about dredgers, don't care about anything besides creatures and bridges. Sure. They're probably going to pitch the Cabal Therapy and name Natch Order, is my guess. And then because they don't, we're just going to bash. I think we want to keep the bog up. I'm just gonna go on like the beat down plan here, right? It's a bunch of 3/4s coming in. Probably want actually the Shep. Well, yeah, the Shepherd Clock is really fast, so let's do that. Again, we don't really actually care about anything. If we bog here, I think they are just out of luck, right? Yeah, I think so. I don't think they can beat. Thank you for the follow, Agonized Coma. I think it's game. One of the decks that also gets advantages from people not knowing how to play against them is Dredge. Unfortunately for our opponent, I own Dredge, so in terms of I have it built on paper, so that advantage not coming in for them here. Like I know where the choke points typically are of this deck. Yeah, that's super game. So big disadvantage for our opponent. Like we know how their deck works, they don't really know how our deck works. All right, pretty easy game. Even on a mode of 5. We didn't know they were on dredge, but just lined up that way, right? I think here, definitely don't want the Gris, kind of bad. Don't want the Oof. Don't want the Archon. Can cut these. Uh, do we want another land? Like, what are we afraid of out of them? Like, potentially Serenity to deal with the ley line? Probably not. Maybe ley line of Sanctity? Probably not. Um, might be better than a Visionary though, as just like a catch-all, and it also doubles as a land drop. This is like the problem with having this card in the sideboard. Like I'm unsure. Let me see what my trusty sideboard says. Against Dredge, let's see. I am not bringing in. Okay, so let's just follow what we did before. Maybe things will change if they become a Leyline Sanctity deck, but at the moment, probably not. I think this is what? It's a little slow. We're on the draw, so probably mulligan. That's significantly better. Wow. Talk about a hand. I mean, it's almost perfect, right? We're missing a land drop. Put this glimpse back. They may just scoop to this. We'll see. We have a few land drops too. There's really no need to rush. Like their beatdown plan's not gonna get there. Kind of wish that we had that Boseiju now, right? Would have been nice. Sure. They may breakthrough or careful study crack LED in response or retain priority. We shall see. Yeah, they're I think what is going on? I haven't played Queen Rangers as a full set like in like almost a year now. Like probably like 9 months. I don't think you need it. I think what we do here is I'm gonna let this resolve and then use endurance. That way we kill the bridges too, right? Fourth Once Upon a Time is amazing. Agonized Coma. I don't think we're gonna natural order. Well, maybe we will for a while. All right, we kill the bridges this way too. Their hellbent, I think, is over. We just need to hit a land drop is all. we just need to hit a land drop. There we go. All right, I think now it's over. Actually, I should have led with Shepherd. Be a little bit cleaner. And then now we can just hold up Bog the rest of the game. We can actually do one better than that here too. I think we can Heritage Druid. They could have something like Firestorm, which is kind of nasty. But I don't think we're playing around that. We have the second. We have the Endurance in hand, so I think what we're gonna do is play it a little bit safe and just go Green Sun for 1. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. That's fine. We messed up, actually. Actually, that's okay. So here we have Bog up. We have just like a million options. I played it a little bit safe in case they top deck Firestorm, but it's not really going to matter. Sure. So they know the Shepherd's in hand. They probably should still name Natural Order because they're dead anyways on the crackback. Oh, they're doing that. They're naming themselves. What is the other card in their hand? Sure. Yeah. Um, we just kind of drew the nuts. We just didn't have a land. So, Agonized Coma. I think if you are trying to. Agonized Coma. So, I think if you are trying to make this transition to the Reclaimer build, the first thing you can do if you want to make it gradual is just play without the Nettle Sentinel, and you can play like a hybrid list with Queen Rangers. That might make the transition easier. I found people who make the transition have a really difficult time because there's this tendency to play out all your creatures, which is typically good in a Glimpse of Nature build. Um, I've heard people mention, and it's not too far off base, that this is a natural order deck because you don't really need many things on board, and you just Reclaimer does everything, right? You just it gets you Arbor, it gets you Cradle, like you need minimal resources to kill with natural order, and I think that might help the transition. Because I think the hardest thing for L players when picking up this build is having the restraint to just pass with Reclaimer and go, which is different than what they're used to, right? Myself included, by the way. I once upon a time, pun not intended, also played the Nettle build, and I had to unlearn, I guess, things is probably the best way I can say it. So yeah, I think it might be difficult if you want to go all in one swoop. That might be okay. I've seen, but you're probably gonna have a hard time because the issue is you're gonna have this urge, and I've had this urge as well before, to play out all your creatures, and a lot of times the correct play on turn 2 is just to get Cradle. Like, in fact, I would say the majority of the time that's the correct move. And if you already have Cradle, what you can do is you can play a 1-drop and then Cradle for Arbor, for instance, or play a Visionary, right? Like, it's kind of hard for me to explain. It's easier if you just watch videos. Cradle is by far the best card in the deck, and the reason to play this version, in my opinion. Oh my god. Alright. I think we just lead with this. I probably should have led with the fetch, to be honest, but it's a little dangerous as well. Yeah, especially if they're like any kind of fair. There's no way I'm fetching Arbor. Exactly. So essentially, what happens is, and Jack mentioned it. Essentially, what you're doing is you're taking a turn off, but it's not really that bad because if unless you're winning that exact turn, you get the reward back immediately. And until you actually try it, the power level difference is just insane between starting the turn with and without Guy's Cradle. Ooh, thank you for the raid, Dukes. How's it going? Yeah, we're trying to salvage the 0-2 into the 3-2 again here. Ooh, that's a good hand. All right, I'm gonna play that. Bane Slayer Maverick, awesome. Love to see it. Love to see it. So for those who are just joining, here's all my like social media accounts for anybody who's like curious. Uh, Thank you for the follow, Fish Duggery. We sure. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think yeah, this is our second league. We both leagues we started 0-2. The first league we went 0-2 into 3-2, so which is nice. That's kind of nice too. Not gonna lie. I think we definitely want the Visionary to resolve, so I'm just gonna play the Cradle. I don't want this Dazed. That's pretty good draw. Well, it's a 2-drop, I guess. We're gonna run into Dazed. They want Dazed to collect through if they can. What was I gonna say? This league, same thing. We started 0-2. We essentially did had non-games against Delver, which happens. Like we won a 5, and then game 2 they had end end the festivities turned 2 into Wasteland us, and then we just never had another land. Partially my fault too for potentially keeping that hand. But aside from that, let's go back. Our first loss was to Delver, and then we lost the lands in a kind of close game. Okay, so they're on the kill our mana plan. Hey Max, how's it going? Yeah, we you're part of the recovery, I guess. Here we want them to bolt, and then we're just gonna like bog them. So essentially, if we can get to the mid game, we should be okay here. The one in game 3, Max, I'm assuming. Ah, gotcha. I'm assuming that you're talking about the one in game 3, right? Play out Oracle. Are, are we talking about game 3 or game 1 here? Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I assumed. All right, let's see what happens here. We just need to hit a land drop. We're just gonna run out the Gris. Like typically, I don't mind playing into Days. I just one of the things I don't want to get Days is the Visionary, and oh my god, we're getting a little bit punished now. That's not too bad, I guess. I don't think we can afford for them to hit our fetch here. Hey, how's it going, Mike? How's it going? Or Lewis? I don't know which one you prefer, but all right, that's pretty good. I wanted to hit land drops. That's another reason why I didn't fetch. We're gonna attempt to fetch here and see what happens. Yes, my one of the guys I talked to with about baseball with, they drew out the force, which is fine. Yes, force of negation is unfair. I would like to remind everybody that with my boy Jay Zhang in the oh, they're just gonna try to go hellbent for Murtide. Interesting. It's only a 6/6. Only. Do we think they have a force? Good question. I feel like they probably do, which is why they've been playing so passively. I'm not like that. That would be my guess. Nonetheless, we're gonna check now. Uh, I mean, they have to, right? I have two cards in hand. Like snap force. I mean, snap glimpse there. Yeah, sure. Like I know I want to play the reclaimer, so I'm incentivized to snap glimpse. And we draw a land. We're definitely running the natural order into glimpse here. I mean, sorry, into days here. I wouldn't bluff it. No, I would definitely. What is the word? I would definitely. Okay, so this one here, I think we just get the cradle and pass. I wouldn't do it with no creatures. I would do it with one. So I'm giving away the trade secrets here, right? Let's see what they flip. They don't flip, so they don't have it. All right, it's game. They're too far behind. Oh, really? I mean, you would get me for sure on that kind of play. All right. Yeah, I can see that. That's actually pretty cool. I guess I don't play Delver enough. Like, haven't really played Delver since Deathrite got banned, but um, also Elves has been treating me pretty well on Moto for that. There's that too, right? All right, let's see the new. Let's see if we can redeem ourselves on the last match here. We lost to Delver round one in two non-games, but let's see how this one goes. I think with my new sideboarding plan, let's see here. Again, revealing the trade secrets, right? Looks like I go down to one heritage. I don't know how I feel about that, but having another land drop is pretty nice. I mean, Cage is probably less effective against Elves here, anyways. But yeah, natural order too strong, right? Um, we have like two dead cards in our hand here. Two expressive iterations. Um, this is the type of hand I would keep and just get punished. But we hit a land drop, this hand gets a lot better. I'm like, my greedy self would keep this hand. Did they keep? They did. No, I don't think we can. Thank you for the follow, Uber Mensch. Okay, this is like worse, right? Yeah, so I put back a land. I'm all about the deck thinning, so. If one of the glimpses was something else, then probably keep. But I don't think we can keep that and just like potentially draw the wrong part of our deck and lose. I think we probably block if they attack. Nope. Ooh, all right. Um, you're talking about the opening seven, I'm assuming, right? Because the six wasn't that great. It's like slow, but I don't like we're a critical mass deck. I don't really want to go to five. Ooh, one of my favorite cards is in business. I think here, like we're gonna slam the Visionary in 2 days, and if they have it, so be it. I typically do not want. I typically do not want to. What's the word I'm looking for? Make inefficient use of mana, and I'm not gonna run the Arbor out to die. Like we have to hit land drops. Delver playing Delver again is just bad for me, right? Like the worst case scenario for Elves pretty much happened during the banning, right? Like Ragavan only got banned. Like that's the only scenario I think that I would be kind of upset by. But I mean, like I think if they wanted to make it more even for the non-blue decks, you ban like Iteration or something, or Murktide, depending. I don't really care, right? Like honestly, at the end of the day, I'll just adapt. But adapting is illegal in Legacy for some people, so. That said, yeah. So Ragavan only ban is hurts elves, but it is what it is. To be fair, I think from a fun perspective, I'm glad more people are playing now. So there's that. Looks like iteration. Yeah. Speaking of the devil, like before, if my opponent led with turn one Ragavan, in my mind, I've already won the game. Like, I know that sounds crazy, but like Ragavan really is not good against elves. I mean, I think most people know that, right? Yeah, I mean, I think most people do, right? So they did not end the festivities us. This is like really problematic, I think. I think I'm gonna just I need to try to bait it out. The problem is like not easy. We bash here. I think we're gonna run the Visionary into a daze again and see what they do. Now we have no choice but to run the Reclaimer in. It's a 3/4. If they want to daze this, they can. We checked with Visionary already. Yeah, again, you're preaching to the choir, right? Like the elf player. Although, I mean, not as bad. I kind of miss Plague Engineer to be honest. Like playing against it. Only because I think this version of the build is like pretty good against Plague Engineer. Yeah, end of festivities, dealing damage is like relevant against Grist too, right? After I tick down, like to kill a Murktide, for instance. It's happened like twice or so, I think, to me, where like I kill their whatever it is that they have, Murktide usually, and then they end the festivities, and then my Grist dies now. It's like sad times for sure. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Agonized Coma, like a lot of people will say, "Oh, Nettle survives playing it," but not really because the cards that it's good with don't. So no heritage, no. There's the end of the festivities. No heritage druid, no non-morph birch lore. Like it doesn't really do anything, in my opinion, other than pitch the natural order for progenitors, which isn't nothing, but at the end of the day, that's like kind of meh, right? We're probably dead, to be honest. Like, I don't think we're beating this hand regardless. Like, they went turn one Delver flip, I think, right? Yeah. I don't think we're beating that hand. Need removal ASAP. Yeah, I wouldn't take a build blind if you never played it. So if that's what you're used to, that's probably a good idea. I think here, I probably don't want to reveal the Besagi to them. Probably want to play the Arbor pass. It doesn't look like they kept in days. Like our visionaries are all resolving. I don't think that's enough. Jack is my experience. I think anybody who's played the Netto build, in my experience, has a very difficult time transitioning. You're better off having never played elves, in my opinion. Like if you're trying to learn the Reclaimer build. Jesus. All right. So yeah, anybody who's never played elves but wants to learn, I in the past I've seen people recommend the Netto build because it's easier to play. I actually would not recommend that if you want to learn the Reclaimer build eventually, because I think that makes it harder to learn the Reclaimer build. Everybody I've known who has learned the deck successfully from scratch is typically somebody who went directly to the Reclaimer build. There have been a few, myself included, and like Adam Wallace or like Decent or like Star Fox 444, who have made the transition. But you can ask any of them; it is not easy. And I think you're better off, like I said, just going straight because you don't have to unlearn. It's not necessarily bad habits; it's just the gameplay is very different. All right, here I think probably keeping the same list. Notably, our sideboard is a little awkward now because of the extra land. Perhaps that means we keep in the heritage route, but keep. I think the best pilots for this is like anybody who's played like Maverick, like because you have like a mid range like uh, game play style, right? Or like Doomsday if you're trying to like put together puzzles, right? I think those would make like the best pilots. Yeah, Maverick for sure. I see I've piqued your interest there, Dukes. This is really, like I said, at its heart, really at its heart, a mid-range deck that has a combo finish, obviously, being natural order. The glimpse is mostly for value, but like, how many times are you gonna lose when you resolve natural order? I mean, ancestral recall. All right, so let's see. Now we have now ramped. I think we're gonna go ahead and just like play everything out. If they end the festivities here, that would be annoying. At least it's only a 2-for-1 here. The other reason why I didn't lead with the Reclaimer is because I want to protect it from Bolt. This is by far the best creature in the matchup. And just in general, best creature in the deck. Also, arguably in Legacy. Probably the most overrated creature in Legacy at the moment. Sure. Don't end the festivities me here, please. Sure, that's okay. I think here, they wasted us. I don't think they have end the festivities. I kind of want to just play my hand out. And then I'm gonna get Cradle now. The only reason why I won't argue that Jack is because they fit in the blue shell. I think in a vacuum this card is way stronger. The top four in Legacy, in my opinion, are DRC, Murktide, Reclaimer, and who am I forgetting? I'm forgetting somebody. Who am I forgetting? Oh, Earl. That's the fourth creature. Those four are probably the four best creatures in Legacy in some order. They all have their merits, obviously. Like, it is, but don't ask a graveyard player that, right? Like, they're gonna have differing opinions. All right, we can now Cradle. Wow, that's a hell of a card. Actually, hold on. I don't want to do that. Actually, yeah, I will. I didn't. Well, Lackey's a little bit different, right? Like, it only goes in certain shells. So there's that. Not the card I wanted to see. I think I have to do it this way. How often does the unblock return come up with Shepherd's ability? A lot, actually. A lot. Nice. Might be game over, unless they end the festivities right now. Thank you for the raise, Strats Daddy. Hopefully we can, clean up here. It's end of festivities or wasteland or bust. Actually, wasteland doesn't work here for our opponent. We're just like bashing for 20 right now. I know, right? This is the Sylvan Syndicate here going on. Uh oh. Don't do it. Really? Okay. Well, that was annoying. They had to find it there, but they did. I think here, are we supposed to fetch? Probably not. Well, actually, probably actually. Yeah, we said it too. It has to be end the festivities or bust, right? And unfortunately, they had it. I think we at bash. They want to force that, they can. I'm gonna hold that in case they have a. They probably have a removal spell somewhere. And they kind of force them to block. If they waste us here, that's okay. Alright. Could be a Murktide too, Jesus. One, two, three, four, five. So we can't even attack. We could have potentially bashed. Well, let me think about that. Probably not. I was gonna say potentially we one shot them, but yeah, maybe we'll have the run of foul here, right? We haven't drew. Okay, there's a removal. I think we bash with both here. I sequenced it really awkwardly there, but wow, they play the basic island. We have to force the removal there. I think that's like one of the ways we lose. Sure. We played it once earlier against Max, Sadra. We won. But it's only one match, so I don't really know how to gauge against it. Yeah, it seems a little bit sketch to be honest. I don't love it. It's not, but it's not the worst because it flies, and it like beats certain unbeatable states. But I don't think it's great. The way to beat elves from the Delver side is just, you don't play a game of Magic. Like you win on like turn 4 or something, and this kind of like plays into the elves' hand. So 6 will go to 10, and then On the crackback, we deal 9. Actually, no, because they have borrower. That's another 9. That's actually pretty scary. Yeah, they're just trying to cheese us out here. We go to 10, and they have a bolt we lose, right? Which is kind of upsetting. Yeah, we might lose to this now. Jesus. Do they have it? Feels bad. Feels bad for sure. Definitely feels bad. Man, I thought we were gonna win that match for sure. Where did things go wrong? I think ramping is correct. Like I feel so far ahead here, but actually I think part of it might have been my fault. Maybe it's correct to just Murktide them, but Murktide doesn't feel great against DRC. Okay, I think, man, like it's well, actually that's not true. I was gonna say maybe the line here is to endurance our opponent, but at 4, that's a lot. All right, let's see. We went for Visionary because we drew the Waterwood. Yeah, Bog did come down turn early. That might have actually cost us there. Like our opponent was at 3 life. Um, Not being able to attack. Well, actually, to be fair, if we attack there, we probably don't. We're not. We probably can't hold up. I have to replay it. We probably can't hold up Reclaimer for to play around Wasteland. The other thing we probably could have done too was okay, we held the shepherd there. Didn't matter. Oh, that's actually the mistake that cost us the game. We didn't play the shepherd, and then they wasted us. It just lined up pretty poorly. Like if we play the shepherd there, we don't have to waste mana, and we can actually cast the assassin's trophy and get cradle the same turn. Absolutely brutal. And yeah, and then the turn after we play the shepherd, we draw the glimpse. Yeah, it's just like three turns in a row where it was the opposite of what we wanted. Yeah, that's what I was saying, right? Like this card like saved them three damage and then like dealt us extra three damage. It's just kind of tilting to be honest, but it is what it is. I think the matchup, honestly speaking, watching this replay, like Chain Lightning's not even stock, I don't think, but yeah, I think like I'm gonna look at that one turn that they end the festivities. Oh, here it is. The turn that they end the festivities. Did they attack? No, they didn't. They were just digging for it. It's possible we just grist there too. But I don't really like gristing on a. I don't really like to grist on a board where they have flyers. But potentially we should have just got the endurance, and then that would have bought a lot of time. We did draw a bunch of cards off the visionary for whatever it's worth. Yeah, it is what it is. Kind of unfortunate. I think, man, feels bad to lose like that. All right. We went 2-3. Not great. Uh, I think I'm okay with the results. We got a little unlucky in this last match, but I think that probably feels fine. The I'm not sure about this to be honest. Maybe we need the second heritage tree. I have to think about a little bit about that more. Like if we want this extra land, I feel like we do, and I feel like we got a little bit unlucky there to lose that last match. But unfortunately, it's like what Jarvis said, right? Like you have to work a little bit harder with elves. Like I think I played pretty well there. It's just like it just so happened our draws just lined up really poorly three turns in a row. Um, like playing the shepherd and then getting punished by drawing the glimpse, and then the previous turn not playing the shepherd and then suddenly you're off a mana, right? Like kind of awkward. Otherwise, I think potentially that's where the mistake was. Not playing the shepherd. Like we, yeah, not playing the shepherd. the turn that we got Wasteland after is probably the mistake that cost us the game. Very minor detail, but I think that's probably it. That's probably the only thing I would change. The turn that we played the Shepherd into Trophy, I think that's correct. We just happened to draw the Glimpse the turn after. But yeah. It's 10:40. Wonder if I should play another one. What do you think, chat? I think since we have a big audience, I'll start another league. We died because we didn't play Hornet Queen. All right, we'll run it back. Very, very bitter taste in my mouth there. What's it called? Losing that way. I actually thought we were gonna win. Like I thought we played pretty well. I think we had the one mistake potentially on the turn where we held the. Given that they already used End the Festivities, I think we probably just play out the Shepherd. That's probably correct, and the mistake that we had. I think that is a mistake. We had a turn too where we lost 3 damage, and I'm trying to remember why. So we will run it back and see how that goes. Since we have the chat here. Alright, we're playing against Chase. What do you mean by ETFs? Oh, and the festivities like 1 or 2, I think. I think yeah, it's like 1 or 2. Chase has been playing this Esper brought back deck. Hard to say if he is playing that at the moment. But we will see, I guess. I actually screwed up. I should have led with, well, not the end of the world, I guess. I was gonna say I should have led with the vision, the heritage druid there, but I don't think it mattered. It's like bad, poor sequencing on our behalf, but again, I don't think it mattered here. If they're Ice Fang, I'm okay with it. Awkward. Sure. It's awkward because the bog is in our hand. Otherwise, we bog ourselves. That's quite awkward. I think Chase is heads up enough to know that the bog is in our hand. Let's see. This is a test for a Hull Breacher. Wow. Okay, that's quite a good draw. think everybody. We saved this. This was intentional. We're gonna just try to go wide here. Oh, okay. That's quite annoying. We pretty much are empty the warrants at the moment. We will see if that's enough. Our hand is not great. What the heck is going on? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Gonna lose a bunch of stuff here. I better do it with all, just to be safe. He probably has force in his hand too. Oh, it's not our day. It's not our day. The awkward part was having a bog in the hand. I actually think the matchup is fine. But we like drew kind of poorly. What did we do on the early turns? We just seemed like we just played out our hand. If this is another Jesus. I don't think it's worth it. Man. If they have another endurance, like I don't know what Chase plays. Yeah, there you go. Like we would have been punished, right? Big time. With the Snapcaster. I do think Chase may want to consider the Master of Death tech that we've been seeing. Although that card doesn't really do anything by itself, I guess. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sure. No blocks. I don't think we're winning if we block, so I think it's now or never here. Yikes. Alright. Yeah, it's really good with Bazaar. I played a little bit of Vintage last week. Alright, I think here we just board into the grindy game plan with endurances. We just have more threats, right? I think this matchup is probably pretty favorable, in my opinion. Yeah, he does. Some before you would like to bring in Thoughtseize against Chase, but I think when they have so much removal, you just want more threats. No, Chase is on Chase is on his 4C like control mid range build. Here we just need to hit a land. That sort of counts, I guess. I think we can't. Well, I don't think Chase has a lot of CMC one, so we're just gonna run it out. Removal spells. I think he has like one bolt maybe. Yeah. Sure. All right. So if we have a one drop here, we're gonna slam Progenitus. We did not. We have to do it this way here. Unfortunately, because if they have a removal spell, we lose. So Chase is coming after our mana. Let's see if he taps out. Sure. We're slamming natural order regardless here. It's just a matter of sequencing, right? If we once here, we can put. I keep them all. Hat jacks. I used to cut, and I just think that's wrong now. Because it's the strongest card in the deck. Like, why are we cutting it? Like, so what if we draw it sometimes? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the only way we lose, right? Like, I don't think Chase is gonna win with Deluge for 10 here. All right, that went a lot better. Why? I think the rest of the hand is actually not bad. I'm gonna do the dumb thing and keep here. Yeah, good thing Paris doesn't see any more play. The nice thing is we have a cool endurance pitch progenitus line, which is kind of sweet. Might be a bolt here. Nope. Brainstorm. Yeah, okay, it's bolt. Which is okay. I don't think I mind that too much. We kept the somewhat sketchy 7, but the 6 I would have kept. So that's my logic. We can, in a pinch. Yeah, it'd be. I think if Elves had access to Force Will, I think the deck would be like tier 0 because we don't have to waste like a million sideboard slots just to be combo. We just have a generically good deck. Hmm. Sure. This is kind of a cool line here. I'm gonna get extra mana for the Cradle, and it looks like it's gonna be relevant too. There is the natural order line. I think I'm gonna play it safe though. This draws me a card. Is that worth it? Probably not. I'll be going down a card just to dig deeper. Actually, it might be because if I draw an extra card, then it could be worth it then. But oops, I was supposed to. Oh, bad. Supposed to attack. Might be a deluge coming here. Minimizing the damage here on deed. Alright, draw force. Nope. Oh, that's right. The progenitor is gone. Hopefully that one damage earlier won't cost me. I forgot attack with a birch lord. Yeah. Awkward that we, you know, couldn't natural order for progenitus, but it is what it is. Huh. Three. That's actually kind of a nice pickup here. Hopefully he doesn't have force. But if he does, brainstorm and ponder on the down. Interesting. I am now a little bit confused. It might be force plus pitch, maybe. I agree, but we drew runner here. Jesus Christ. Holy shoot. Now I'm the one that got lucky, to be honest. Like, wow. And this was the difference too, right? Yeah, I guess it does. Yeah. Like we definitely drew hot there. Like, I felt like we were kind of behind, right? Like, and then we drew like 3 cards in a row that were just absolutely bombs. Like the endurance to put away the punishing fire, and then the shepherd. Jesus. Only reason you've been is removal spell plus force, right? Probably like. Alright, this is a hell of a hand. A little awkward here because I want to keep this for the fetch, so I'm just gonna leave with the ones. Normally I deck thin, but I don't like using a fetches when I have basics in hand. I'm not gonna care if they daze this. I think here, probably the shepherd, and then we forced him to force this or spell pierce or whatever they have. Sure. I mean, they might as well, right? Like they know the shepherd's in hand. This is what I mean by shepherd's a little bit awkward too. Like turn one, you don't really want to play it because you want to just develop your mana, and if they have like a remove permission, they can just aggressively use it. So it's not really always that good, even against the blue decks. Like there's no way I'm not leading with Green Sun there. Just don't tell me it's like standstill or something. Looks like it's high tide. I don't think so. I think this is high tide. Like, there's two islands, right? Yeah, we didn't do deck thinning yet. So they pondered. Sorry, they preordained for. Thank you for the follow, Orange Juice. This is gonna be real interesting how this lines up. I think the ideal line is another one drop here, which is gonna like vomit our hand. We definitely ran extremely hot there. Game three was it against Chase? Oh, good to know, ZXBR. That is definitely very insightful. Is the tide rising right now? They're more of a turn four deck, I feel, but we shall see. We have our glimpse to try to draw into natural order. But yeah, otherwise we might be in a little bit of trouble. I think game one is probably okay. Post board is kind of bad in my opinion because of dress down. Dress down is typically not a problem unless out of really fast decks. Then it's like time walk, right? All right, we have to try now. One, two. I think if we play the land first, we get extra mana. But I don't think that's probably worth it. Well, actually it is. So we fetch first to get extra mana. Highly possible we were just dead here. We have to just try, right? Ugh, no. See, this is what happens sometimes. Like, you draw the cradle and you kind of regret it. But we did get the extra mana for what it's worth as well. Almost. We still have to play. All right. We'll bash and then just accept our fate, right? If they have it, they have it. Yeah, Gris triggering glimpse is pretty odd. We couldn't afford to do it here, but like, I've beat Tony a few times for whatever it's worth. HC Fox. I think the matchup gets better too, right? With Boseiju. Because you're not gonna auto lose game one anymore. Yeah, show and tell's pretty bad. I think, in my opinion, I always lose to Iron Claw 2 on E16. Belcher player, but that's for me personally. I think that's like the worst absolute matchup. Intuition, sure. It's gotta be for High Tide. Could be show and tell. It's like a weird show and tell variant. Fun fact: I've lost more 5-0s to Iron Claw than any other player. Yeah, for sure. There's like it's not that I haven't beaten Iron Claw. It's just very difficult. You have to pretty much get extremely lucky. Oh god. This is like two ships passing at night. I can't imagine they're gonna whiff. There's legendary stories of high tide players whiffing, but I've never personally seen it. Maybe once. I could be wrong. I think in the history of matches I've played against high tide, I've seen it maybe happen like once. I'm just gonna yield. This is actually a great time to take a quick restroom break. So I will be back in like a minute while our opponent goes off. All right, now we're dead. I see our opponent has a lot of storm. I just got Cunning Wish for Brain Freeze. Came back at the right time. This matchup is not good. At least not with this sideboard. I don't even know. Like Bog's not great. Neither is Endurance. Neither is Gris or Oof. They do have Dress Down, which is like interesting. Shuffles in postboard. I don't. Maybe I'm not understanding. What do you mean by shuffles in postboard? Um, Let me think. It's only one card though. Unless you're talking about for the turn, right? Like, yeah, they can just do that too. I don't think they have anything we care about. Like, this just seems really bad in general. We have the Four Seasons, and that's about it. I mean, normally Deafening Silence is like pretty good. They can force it, obviously, but if you stick it, you probably win. And then you name Archon on instant. Yeah, I don't think it's good either. While we wait for our opponent, see if this works. Nope, it does not. Here are the relevant links. We're 1-0 right now, are we? Yeah, we are. Not a great day for us, to be honest. Like, my rating took a plunge tonight, but typically I don't really care that much anyways about rating. It's just only nice when I see it high. Like I said, the highest I got was a few months ago when people were really calling for Ragavan ban, which is like, and before the control decks had adapted, so to speak. I had hit 1950 with this deck, with only leagues, which I think makes it harder because of all the nonsense that is in leagues. Nope. So that's. But Seju's been pretty good, Sadra. I'm playing 3 copies tonight, thanks to Runcore. Oh, nice. Yeah, 1900 is always solid. I actually had multiple accounts on 1900 at one point, which is pretty sweet. I think we probably mull. Or sorry, we keep and we put the Thoughtseize back and just hope to go fast. Like, we don't have black mana, which is awkward here. Ugh. Okay. I think the line here is if we still don't draw a land, that's fine. If we still don't draw a land, we're gonna Shepherd into Druid into combo. There is no perk. It's just something that is coincidental. Agonized Coma. It was not something I was aiming for. It just happened that way. Sure, or pure bragging rights if people wanted to talk about that. There is no benefit. It just so happened that I was playing on multiple accounts and I realized, oh, I had two on this over 1900 at the moment. I think here. I think we want to. Man, this is tough. Try to go off. We have a couple of light draws. Like any one drop is good here, and land is good here too. That's not bad. Yeah, well, any one drop, any land is like good. Cradle obviously being the best. Cradle. Nope, that's not great. I think here, if I get an Arbor, what happens? Nothing really, right? I just have another Basher. Yeah, I probably just pass. I think the most impressive, actually, if we're talking about Elo, is seeing the drafters who have 2K Elo, which is pretty nice. That is something that I would be really proud if I were able to do. Creature here would be pretty good, and so would a Cradle, either one. Man, that is like the exact punishment. Oh, man, God, we're like one short. 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So we have to get lucky here. I'm gonna get a Wirewood and just hope to draw into the Cradle. Cradle. That is not Cradle. That is also not Cradle. We're just dead. God. Oh, man. We're 100% dead, in my opinion. It's turn 4. We are not assemble to kill. Did we mull? I feel like we did. Yep, now we're dead. It's kind of annoying to play against high tide because our deck is not really built to beat it. Or, like, it's not part of the metagame we expect. We mulled also, so it is what it is. This matchup is just, I think, very difficult. It might be. Might be. I don't know enough to know whether it is or not. I like it feels a little slow to me, like for a combo deck, but granted, you kind of have to go slower to beat Delver, so maybe that's why. Like all the fast stuff besides Reanimator, like can't really win right now, or fast-ish. Reanimator being the exception, obviously. But the problem is nobody knows its true win rate because there's a lot of inexperienced pilots that bring down the average win rate. So it's like anybody's guess what the true win rate of Reanimator is. We are dead though. I There was an argument to be made to keep the Thoughtseize. The problem was we didn't have black mana, so and Yeah, and I was just hoping that we can just like cobble up a fast win. We couldn't get the natural order in time. We drew the one card that we couldn't afford to draw there, besides Archon. Because if we draw a one drop, we can green sun for Archon. It's just the worst of both worlds, right? Yeah, I can see that. The thing is, like, blue players will never play leyline, so I think they're safe. I think a lot of blue players would rather quit than play leyline, just because it's not elegant, right? Like, you don't get to, draw into it, so to speak. That's a lot of combo weight. But I guess out of Doomsday, that makes sense, right? Unless you're talking about Delver. Intuition. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really banking. I play leyline in like DNC. Every deck I play starts with 4 leyline. Because I just do not want to lose the graveyard decks. Also, the other thing about leyline is it has the highest impact per card. Like, compared to its counterparts, like Plague Engineer, okay, sometimes you win against Tribal, sometimes you don't. Leyline, you're probably always going to beat Reanimator right, and Graveyard decks. So I'd rather take the easy way. I guess that's probably the way you. I think Surgical is like terrible in Elves. Like Leyline is like way better in my opinion, out of Elves at least. Because Surgical is weak to discard as well, right? And because that endurance already is. The only reason why 2 is because there's no room. Otherwise, I would play more. It's possible the Boseiju in the sideboard is going to just be a leyline. After, the testing that I've had today, right? We don't really need Caracas, in my opinion. And I may just concede out of respect for chat. Argument to be made, we keep the Thoughtseize, but I just felt like there's a good chance we're not going to hit a land. So, or at least a black source, I should say. Well, 4 total endurance, right? Agonized Coma. I have 1 in the main deck as well. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that, Jack. We already mowed a 6, and I didn't really want to keep a virtual 5, right? Like, if the Thoughtseize doesn't work out. Also, mold to discard may not even work against, like, somebody if they keep Force of Will, right? This is probably my least favorite part of Magic. Where I think I'm dead, but I can't concede. Or I could concede, but it's like, it's not deterministic. Alright. That is that. So 1 and 1. I think there's no use in just eating up more clock, right? Like yours and mine. So might as well just concede. They already had the cunning wish. Yeah, so there's that too, right? I mean, time is money, right? Like, I'm not gonna. Earlier it was convenient because I could just use a restroom, but like, there's no really point for us to wait there. We are playing against Fato 10. Ugh. We've not had our great hands today. What are the downsides of this deck, right? Like, sometimes you don't mulligan very well. Or not mulligan, you have these, like, clunker of a hand. This is, like, a lot better, I think. I do not know what my opponent is on. Although, I will say this looks familiar. Not what I want to see. Seems like it's going to be a swords here. Yep. Ooh, malpractice. Not a not a snow plains. It does. Big time. Answer key game. So many more hands are keepable because of Once Upon a Time. Here we just slam the Visionary. Like, I don't think we're afraid of anything. I don't think they're running Days in a Prismatic Vista deck. Oh, that's like a big time win for us. They wasted an ending on a. I think here. It does. It does fail every once in a while, but like for instance, we would have seen 5 lands there. I think the fact that we bottomed all of that is pretty good, right? Sure. Definitely for limited. I don't know about the other stuff, but definitely for limited. Don't tell me it's Narset. What the heck? Oh, that's quite annoying. So we got an Angel now, which is pretty annoying, if I must say so myself. The good thing though is like we can get the Monarch, and then well we'll see, right? I'm definitely not bouncing anything here because I need the mana. We're gonna double glimpse, and they look like they have removal, so there's that. I think here the Shepherd is pretty good. All right, that's fine. Everybody. They should have blocked the Reclaimer. They should attack here as well, but we'll see. Oh, a second one. Interesting that they did that. Maybe they don't want to attack. That's what that does for them. They can hold somebody back. Uh, Argument to be made. I kill one of these now. Yeah, probably do so now. Kind of good actually. So they have one less out, right? Ironically, pretty good there. Yeah, I agree with less games of Magic being good. I mean, less non-games being good for sure. No, don't do it. Man. Oh, I guess they need a draw, right? Otherwise they're dead. Is that the reason? Yeah, okay. That Basajo actually was clutch, right? Like, there's the difference between winning and losing there. I think against this kind of matchup, what did we see? I feel like maybe endurance is the way. Possible we just not do much changing too. No, want that. I don't think we want the trophy. Probably, yeah, probably just want the endurance. And go wide. Nope. Sure. That was the one of the worst possible draws. Fluster? Nope. Hopefully, with this card being in existence, we just see the death of counterbalance for once now. It's like that meme, right, where the guy's at the funeral standing over the grave, making sure the guy's dead, or the other person. For those who follow basketball, I saw Joel Embiid tweet that meme out after Ben Simmons got traded, which is pretty funny. That definitely was. That definitely was. No doubt about it. Pyroclasm? No. Oh, I think they were looking for land so they can iteration, like deeper. Flooded Strand, sure. Iteration. What a card. What a card. I think probably the Birch Lore. Alright. Another ending probably? Or is it iteration? Yeah, it looks like it's another ending. I don't think I mind that so much, to be honest. They already forced earlier. I think we just slam natural over here and hope they don't have it. Like, you don't play natural order to not cast it. There you go. Game might be over now. Could be Supreme Verdict, but I think we're okay with that, right? Like, at the end of the day, it's just 2 for 1. Thank you for the follow, Jace TMSST. Sure. Argument to be made to play the Boseiju here. I don't think it changes anything. Maybe in a Supreme Verdict situation, I think, okay, we'll just keep it. Yeah, for sure. I mean, these aggro force lines, like, for no reason, right? Is that game here? Well, they have to sweep, right? Like, maybe they have a ensnaring bridge or something, or humility, which conveniently our Boseiju gets us out of, right? This card is impressive, I will say. It's at least an Elves because it's a catch-all for like just random nonsense that Elves normally doesn't have the space to account for. It's a nice security blanket, I will say. All right. Can we fit three is the issue in the main. My guess is probably not ideal. The mana base is probably really stretched too, right? Because right now we have seven fetches, two Bayou. That's what, nine black sources, and I guess another four. Um, Once Upon a Time. I think I want to play them all in the main if I do play them. I don't know about that one in the side. It felt a little bit off, but maybe two is okay. I don't know. So I have to think about it some more. Having an extra green land aborted, I cannot understate how relevant that is though against certain decks. But maybe it's not needed. I think here, Island Pass is like a little. Uh, Probably. Normally I would. Yeah, I think you lead this in case they randomly have Stifle. Seems like it. They do. M_4. Like this is like a very stifleish start. That or Wooded Foothills, right? Because they probably have Stifle. This looks like a username that usually has Stifle, and we just played around it. Probably Agonized Coma. It might take some massage. Yeah, okay, Wasteland. This is the Stifle start for sure. We're gonna fetch while we can. I think the line here is play everything protected. And then we're not gonna walk into the Stifle that we know they have. Like the Reclaimer. What the heck? Caracas? What is going on? Interesting. I guess that's respect for the Reclaimer, right? Like, that they would do that. There's no way we're going to. I'm going down to 2-0 answer gaming. There's absolutely no way. It's bad against Delver, and that's it. It's literally good against like 75 to 80% of the field. Like you have to, you need a way to win and that's what natural order does. It's literally only bad against one matchup. Wow, what a mistake. Yeah, exactly. Like there are certain matches you cannot win without it. The stompy matchups come to mind. Okay, they like royally effed up. I mean, DNT being good is like pretty cool for us, right? They effed up. Like that's the only way. They and it's too late, right? Like it's the game losing mistake. They were pretty behind already, anyways. There's just like no pressure. We're just gonna slam here. Like our ancestor recalls. We know they have a stifle. Like they can stifle the glimpse trigger. I don't think they will. Yeah, it's game. Like they're the way they played out, like it's like really awkward, right, for them. And I believe it's because we did not play the fetch turn one because it looked like it was a stifle start, and I think that's consistent because the whole game they felt like they were behind us. I think that said now, given that they're a wasteland stifle deck, probably just board down, right? Like play more lands, play the assassin's trophy as removal. I would assume that they have like Murktide probably. OP is probably on some kind of Tempo Witch deck with Stifles. Could be Stifle not too. I feel like this user is like a Stifle user, a Stifle gamer. Yeah, we're gonna see the old turn one do nothing again. Looks like it. And then we happen to have. That is one nice thing about these Boseiju lands, right? Like, yeah, they're gonna brainstorm again. No, okay, that's okay with me too. Like we just turned our Heritage Druid into a Green Sun for zero, right? I think here, same thing. We're gonna play around the Stifle. I think now, given that the shields are down, we're gonna fetch into Gris, and it's force or bust, right? They've used two dazes. Yeah. Otherwise, yes. Yeah. So there's the Stifle. This is like really funny, for me at least. Sure. Uh, wow. Abundant growth in a Stifle deck. Interesting. Is it the same where I'm late for streaming and tour ending? I don't know what you're asking, Roberts. They are gonna get blown out here. Yeah, our opponent just like got completely wrecked this game. No, they don't have Yoran. I don't know what their deck does. They're also playing a little slop. Oh, not a little, a lot sloppy. Like, I can't understand how bad the attack, the pre-main phase uh, spell with the cannon is out was. Reclaimer. I think we can wait a turn. It's a mistake they'll never make again, hopefully. For their sake. This is a little awkward. I think we pass. Actually, we'll play the cradle. That's fine. May matter. We are flooding out a little bit though. This is like one of the times where I want that layer of the Hydra, right? Alright, they can waste, that's fine. Oh, god dang it. That's not good. Now I kind of regret not playing the, like their deck is like really strange. Now I kind of regret not playing the Reclaimer, right? So we can bog them. Ooh, might be able to do so anyways. Let's see. We did, but all our lands are dead. I guess we could have bluffed days. Oh. We did, but yeah, we don't have any more fetchables. Yeah. All right. That was like our opponent drew 4 cards. You know, I agree. It is correct to bluff or bluff playing around days, I should say. Yeah, it is, Yihua. We were, for the stream, right? Thank you to Dukes and Straz Daddy, the two Green Sun Sylvan Syndicate people, for the raids earlier. So I didn't want to leave everybody hanging, so we threw up a third league. And first 2 leagues not too hot. Like we started out really really poorly. Lost the first 2 rounds of both leagues. I don't know. Their deck just didn't. Like they try to stifle us out of the game, and they just like it was very obvious that that's what the game plan was, and we just played around it, and their deck just couldn't do anything after that. So hopefully we can end strong here. This league more representative of the deck, I think. I don't think we're supposed to beat. Looks like we're playing against depths. I think we assumed that they're on Wasteland, so I'm gonna put that back. And then we just allow them to waste one of our cradles. Yeah, I actually caught him as well, Yuhua. So they're gonna kill our reclaimer here, presumably. Could be green sun for 1 too, or library. I would assume. Oh, interesting. Looks like it's gonna be a removal spell. Oh, I guess not. Interesting. Yeah, I'm okay now. Yuhua, thanks for asking. I think the line here is just. I want a creature in hand, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the other arbor. Let's see what our opponent does though. Oh, I think they have the double hand, maybe double crop hand. Sure. Yeah. So I think the thing now, if you're on a Merit Lage deck, is you have the main phase, or you're more incentivized to main phase. What does it call it? Main phase. Where is it? The activation, right? Okay, so we have this up our sleeve at least. We do have the one endurance, which is sweet. Not gonna, not gonna lie on that. So here, if we natural order, we actually have lethal, I believe. Hopefully my math is right. Yeah, so that's lethal. Doesn't really matter what we pitch. Yep. The nice thing is, if our opponent is, priced into main phase Merit Lage, we know we have to go off that turn. So like, there's no decision to be made, right? It simplifies things. In this case, we just drew hot. That's the real talk there. One run afoul being nice, I think. I don't want that. Don't want this. I think Shepherd is like real bad in this matchup. Like I'm Yeah, you can block Blaze 1 to 10, so sometimes we get a turn more. Yeah, so I think that's the reason to keep the endurance. Actually, to be honest, in the matchup, I don't love it, but it's probably better than like a Shepherd, which is just like a disaster, right? Drawing that. Otherwise, I think I'm okay with this. I don't typically like Grist either, but it is a removal spell for Knight of the Reliquary, and maybe that matters. I think this matchup actually gets real grindy post board. Pre-board, they just try to combo you out. They could, but it requires having a lot, right? Like, like sometimes you have no choice. Um, Jubi Ninja. I think here we just try to go fast. Again, like this is a mole, right? Normally, pre Once Upon a Time. Obviously, I can still whiff. I mean, I hope I didn't just announcers jinx myself, but obviously that could be a thing. Please don't jinx myself. Okay, nice. I think here, obviously, it's like pretty easy decision. And it's one slot for the endurance. I don't think I would bring in multiple just to try to fog a turn. But sometimes you have the green sun, you can just fog a turn and then hope that goes the distance if you draw the natural order right. You have like, okay. So the good thing here is we just like play both dudes, I think. Ideally, we draw another green sun here. That's an insane draw. Jesus. And we just hope they don't have a second wasteland, right? I think I'm okay with that. Uh-oh. Jeez, alright. The all removal hand. That's actually not the worst. I actually wanted to hit land drop there so I can visionary, but we're off of visionary by a turn, I guess. I don't. The reclaimer is not going to go the distance. So I'm not too concerned. The knight is a problem though. Jesus. Shoot. I think we have to leave reclaimer activation up. It's like kind of dangerous right now for us. We unfortunately drew this. I want to actually reclaimer into this. We only do this because the run of foul is up, right? This is like a game saver, right? Oh god. All right, that's bad too. All right, take care, Agonized Coma. Thanks for dropping by. What is going on? They got the wasteland, which is interesting. Oh, I see. They can pro the knight here. This is so bad. Jesus. And they're gonna get rewarded for it. Sure. I cannot believe they brought in surgical against me. We're kind of like, oh, okay. They're gonna get steep and then put their knight over. That's quite obnoxious. Very strange game. Like I this cannot believe that that worked out for them. Okay, let me take a look. Where did this game go wrong? They wasted us a bunch of times. The reclaimer on the other side did a bunch of damage. Like that's, I guess, how they won, but I don't think that's a normal game. Cannot keep that hand. This is like significantly better. No, I don't think so. I like that game there was not really indicative of a normal game against that deck. Like Knight is typically not getting there, and somehow it did. Not to mention some the suspect surgical extraction coming in. Sure. So here I don't fetch because I want to be able to represent black mana if need be. Do I want to? Yeah, probably. possible we didn't want to fetch there because we want to draw the Arbor as another land drop, but it kind of worked out because we drew the Bayou. A little bit lucky, to be honest. Sure. Here, I think we need to draw land, ideally. I don't think we can allow that to untap. Wow. I was like very lucky because they had their fetch already. So we attacked for 3. How big was the knight there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was a 7/7. Cradle and we win, I think. But the library is becoming a problem for them. And this Assassin's Trophy suddenly now abrupt decay, right? Because the land is dead. I think here we kill it again. On this board state here, if we hoof, it's not lethal. And then I'm gonna keep the Reclaimer up. Because I want the Cradle. They only have 1 force, which is kind of funny. Another knight. That is annoying. That is definitely annoying. We can force the block here. I'm debating first whether I want to fetch though. Probably. I don't know if they have Glacial Chasm or not. Well, I mean, you said you think force the block is good, right? To be fair, we still have lethal here. I think it's correct, to be honest. They can technically swords or whatnot, but we have like counterplay. And if they have swords, they probably would have used it already. Probably an Arbor blocking here from the fetch. Yeah. We do not have the Collector Oof, unfortunately. I I think what we do here is, I think we get the Gris. It's just a different angle of attack. We can always natural order for the endurance if need be. Yeah. Very nice finish here. So we went 4-1. I'm glad we, redeemed ourselves in this third league after the abysmal first two leagues to start. This probably could even be in the 2-0 as well, but to be fair, this probably could have been a loss. Um, Played out kind of the way we thought, except that we got a little bit lucky round one, and here, like, I think our game plan is pretty good. Yeah, 4-1 is pretty good, and I think I definitely like the two Besagers in the main. Not sure about that third one, but it's like potential placeholder for something else in the future. It could be another ley line, and when in doubt, just ley line somebody out, right? Like, yeah, solid run for sure after the first two mediocre leagues. I think with that said, it is kind of late already, so I'll go ahead and call it a night. Did anybody have any questions? Let's see, who can we raid? There's Cherryman with Money Pile in Modern. I don't know if people want to see that or not. Other things around. I don't know if there's many Legacy. There's Janelle Santa Cruz cracking a Kamisawa set. That's kind of cool. Maybe we'll do that. So if there's no questions, I think the list is like pretty good. We ran real code in the beginning, but I think we had a nice third league here. All right. Thank you everyone for tuning in.